Now, ladies and gentlemen, after 1 year's preparation, it is now time to start 28 cars and run 40 or so as alternates for the World Championship of Figure 8 Racing. We will introduce those cars, and drivers will be starting in this tremendous event from 28th position to the front of the field. Again, we need all of those starting drivers here to the oval flag stand at the start-finish line. A rookie who will be starting in 28th position in his first World Championship of Figure 8 Racing. From LaGrange, Kentucky, a regular racer at the Speedrome Speedway. It's the first time that he has tried Figure 8 Racing in these big, powerful, modified cars, and he's having a good time. A 25-year-old that now has his first child and a rookie in racing, starting 28th in the 02 from LaGrange, Kentucky, Michael Kennedy. Starting in 27th position is a driver that has come down to the Indianapolis Speedrome for years from the great state of Michigan to run in the World Championship of Figure 8 Racing. His home track is the famed high-banked Flat Rock Speedway, where they achieve speeds seen at few Figure 8 tracks. He is a two-time winner of the Sonny Thompson Award here at the Indianapolis Speedrome for Best Improvement in the World Championship of Figure 8 Racing. From Walled Lake, Michigan, in the number 66A, your 27th starter, Ken Carpenter. The 26th starter in this race has produced us with some of the wildest shows ever in the world of Figure 8 Racing. He is the only driver who I know has ever set his own fuel tank on fire, gone back to the pits, put the fuel tank back, and gotten in the race. He is the Mr. Excitement of the World Championship of Figure 8 Racing, and this retired man now sits at home and watches after his 4 children and comes out for excitement after he races at the Flat Rock Speedway. The 26th starter in the 4J, the legendary Jack Dandy. Your 25th starter is another one of those drivers that makes the long trip to the Indianapolis Speedrome from the Speedrome Speedway and his home of New Albany. He has been in racing for years, and we enjoy seeing this drain master and machine worker here at the Indianapolis Speedrome. All the way from New Albany, Indiana, your 25th starter in the number 2, Jerry Whitten. The 25th starter is a regular at the famed and beautiful Louisville Motor Speedway. He also tiptoes over to the Speedrome Speedway and drives when he is not working as a mechanic to support his wife and his 2 children. He's been here for years. This is one of his best starting positions in the number 44, Jerry Brown from Louisville. So we're looking at 12 cars in this race at this. Your 23rd starter comes from a famed racing family that has been associated with the Indianapolis Speedrome for years and with the World Championship of Figure 8 Racing from the start. He has seen some great finishes in Figure 8 Racing over the last few weeks. He's also seen some disappointment, like the incident where he ran over a wheel and nearly launched his car over this 4th turn wall. But he is here ready to win the World Championship with 23 starting position in the number 38, Kenny Rackley. The 22nd starter is another one of those hard workers that comes out to the Indianapolis Speedrome for a long time. He wrecked his regular car, bounced back and forth between other machines all the time, getting this beautiful number 31 back ready to roll. Working over at the Indy Towing Company in yet another World Championship of Figure 8 Racing in a great starting spot, 22nd, Bobby Whitaker. Over the history of the World Championship of Figure 8 Racing, there have been hundreds, if not thousands, of drivers and hundreds of thousands of laps run. No driver has completed more laps in the history of the World Championship than this driver. And you wonder how he managed to do it when he comes down from Flat Rock Speedway all the time. But he is the 1987 and 1988 Michigan State Champion, and he has properly earned the nickname of Animal. Here he is, the 21st starter with the number 779, Ray Gaddis. Then you have the starter in the 20th spot. He is one of those quiet guys that turns into a terror when you put him behind the wheel of a race car. He shocked everybody when he dominated an oval race over at the Anderson Speedway about 1 month ago. Now this upholsterer in the Bruce Cooper number 56 goes for his first World Championship. The driver from Greenwood is Mike Nelson. The driver that starts from 19th place in the World Championship of Figure 8 Racing may have had one of the greatest conversions as far as attitude ever in the history of racing. He was a hothead. He was uncontrollable. Then he became a family man. He has 2 children to support. He's become one of the smooth drivers and has to be considered one of the dark horses to win the World Championship. Driving the number 21 out of the Van Meter stable, Bobby Dalthit. Next time by, and the fight for the lead will be underway. Normally we introduce the driver. This time we are introducing the uniform. It is black, and it has the words GM Goodwrench Service on it. Where do you think this uniform came from? It was worn by certain people who supported a driver named Earnhardt. Then it was worn by Russ Tuttle to 2 victories in the Hoosier Legends Championship. Now it's being worn by the driver, the number 5, who starts in 18th place, Robert Amos. Now we come to the 17th starting position in this World Championship of Figure 8 Racing. This is a car that was once driven out here at the Indianapolis Speedrome by another driver that qualified for the starting lineup, Charlie Reed. It's an old Rayburn chassis built by that legendary dirt track car builder who was the guy that got started in racing, oval track racing at the Indianapolis Speedrome. This pool service technician has shocked a lot of people by qualifying at 17th. Let's watch what he does. In Speedway, the number 11 is Kevin Ford. And now, here is the man who by his performances over the last 25 years at the Indianapolis Speedrome is recognized by one name and one name only. The name is Dangerous. He is always around one way or the other. He may be right side up, he may be upside down, but he is always running the Chargers. He comes from the factory, gets into the Fred Bear car, and runs it at full speed. And this could be a driver who could be at the front. Once again, in the World Championship, we watch the number 87 and the driver, Danny Turner. Here's a driver that has to be considered a special threat to win in this World Championship. He almost beat the Touring Figure 8 pros over the Anderson Speedway before somebody helped him out of the way. 1 year after he shocked the Touring Figure 8 regulars at that same Anderson Speedway. He also is a truck driver who goes for the big races where the money can be won. There's $10,000 to win. It just could be in the pocket at the end of the night of the driver, the number 69, R.J. Norton. Another nickname that says the world. They call this man the man with no fear. When you watch him ride at full speed through crowded crossovers in the World Championship, you'll understand. Last year, he nearly won the race. He came within inches of lapping the field. Last week, in the 1-hour Figure 8 endurance race, he came within inches of lapping the field. He has won more Indianapolis Speedrome Pro Stock Figure 8 races than anybody else. And if you've seen this guy lay bricks, you know how he drives as hard as possible at the Indianapolis Speedrome. Starting in 14th place, watch for him to come to the front in a hurry, Bill Tunney Jr. Starting in 13th place, one of the drivers that is one of the wild guys in American racing, we introduce to you the number 4 of Charlie Reed. And your 12th starter is one of those guys that has been on the way up ever since he moved up from street stock racing to run in the pro stock and then America's Figure 8 Challenge. He won 1-hour Figure 8 endurance races in the last year at the Sportsdrome Speedway in Jeffersonville and at the Sunshine Speedway in Pinellas Park, Florida. He is one of the hot drivers in American Figure 8 racing, and he runs this race as so many others in memory of his late father. In the purple, number 23 from Skiles Country Auto and Moeller Welding, Eddie Van Meter. There he is. And notice that Eddie Van Meter was in a late council of war with the person that built that machine. We'll introduce him a little later. There are a lot of names for the driver that we will introduce that will start in 11th place. 2 words sum it all up. World Champion. For the second time in his storied career, he won the World Championship of the Indianapolis Speedrome. Less than 1 month ago in a 1-hour Figure 8 endurance race at the Sportsdrome Speedway, he lapped the field once, nearly lapped the field twice. A quality control worker that drives for Huber Chevrolet and Fisher Contracting from Greenfield, the 1995 World Figure 8 champion, Dwayne Lee. No driver in the world history has ever had a start to the World Championship like the driver that is starting in 10th place. He had never been in a World Championship before he got into his car in 1992, and he came within an eyelash of defeating Dwayne Lee for the World Championship. Now he starts his number 3, this second-generation driver from position number 10. The driver is Rodney Sizemore. And this driver should be considered the best of the invaders. When they show up at the Speedrome Speedway on Saturday night, so they see this number 9 on, they say, who's going to get second place money? This guy is going to be a major contender. Every time he comes to the Indianapolis Speedrome, he is spectacular. Sometimes he crashes out. Sometimes he runs the entire race. You never ignore this driver from Jeffersonville, who is a regular at the Speedrome Speedway. The 1988 World Figure 8 champion, starting in 9th, Leonard Basham. I believe no driver at the Indianapolis Speedrome this weekend has surprised more drivers than this member of a racing family. This engineer is considered to be a steady driver, but nobody really thought of him as a front runner until he showed up, qualified strong, ran strong in the qualifying race. We'll watch for this guy in a car that is wrenched by his brother Fred to move to the front. Your 8th starter in the number 27, Eddie Deal. Actually, that kind of went in Fritz's favor because instead of another driver that was one of those who has made a tremendous turnaround in his career. Another hothead, turned clean, smooth, and consistent driver. In 1994, when he won the national championship, he dominated the races that needed cunning, daring, courage, and restraint, the 1-hour figure 8 endurance races. He was the 1994 America's Figure 8 Challenge champion. Now he looks for his first world championship, starting from 7th place in the number 24, Rich Fenwick. Another member of a racing family that goes back to the first days of the World Figure 8 Championship here at the Indianapolis Speedrome. If you want to see a fight for position, watch if this guy and his brother hook up. They race each other harder than anybody else on the racetrack, but split them apart, and they are terrors on the track. One brother won a week ago at the Speedrome. Another brother won a week ago at the Anderson Speedway, his second victory after a spectacular yet draining 1-hour victory that ended the National Figure 8 Championship. He starts in 6th place in the number 10, Bruce Tunney. And now we introduce the single most controversial man in American figure 8 racing. There are those that say he is too aggressive. There are so that say that he is driving too hard. And there are some that may be jealous because he just might be too good. He is the National Figure 8 champion. You can love him, you can hate him, but you can't ignore him. 3-time World Figure 8 champion, Mike St. John. And as loud as Mike St. John may be, this hallmark of American racing is just as quiet. He does his speaking on the racetrack, especially in the Hoosier Legends Championship, where he is the 1996 champion. And then he gets into a figure 8 car, and sometimes he wins both events on the same night. You saw him just a couple of seconds ago in a Council of War with one of the drivers of the 3 or 5 cars he has personally constructed for this World Figure 8 Championship. The driver of the number 33, a Legends champion looking for figure 8 glory, Doug Gregg. We would also like to note that the 3rd starter scheduled for this event out with mechanical problems, a surprisingly good qualifying run by a former runner-up of the World Championship in the number 80, Ronnie Klontz. And your front row. There has been one driver who has been a solid and consistent factor in the World Figure 8 Championship for the last 3 or 4 years. There was one driver who has been a solid and consistent factor in the world of Speedrome Pro Stock racing for the last 4 years. There is one driver that has been always to the front of America's Figure 8 Challenge for the last 4 years. He has won in a USAC Modified. He has won in a USAC Midget. He is a 2-time World Figure 8 champion. He was the 1995 national figure eight champion, and he has won 3 of the last 4 Indianapolis Speedrome Pro Stock champions. A small man that carries a heavy right foot, Jack Dawsey Jr. And the biggest surprise of this weekend could be the driver who sits on the pole for the World Championship. This driver rashly walked up to your announcer in the pits yesterday and said, I want you to act just like Tom Carnegie when I go out there and set the brand new record. He came within 0.08 of a second of holding that boast to be true. If he can hold up to his boast, if he can keep that car in one piece, this could be a big family celebration. Another second-generation driver, the pole sitter for the World Championship of 1996, Fred Bear Jr. And notice that all of these drivers for this World Championship have been shaking hands with those that have run in the inaugural race in 1977. We need all race crews from the track. All race crews must go to the pits now. All race crews must go to the pits. All race crews must go to the pits. Your first alternate is the 44 of David Bussey, second alternate 93 Mike Begley, third alternate 72 Rob Catron, fourth alternate 16 Robbie Loving, fifth alternate 71 Steve Frost, sixth alternate 9M Curtis Murphy, seventh alternate 66 Curtis Murphy, eighth alternate 88 Tom Winters, ninth alternate 64 Steve Reidner, and the 10th alternate the 71C of Charles Coles. Those alternates, another 30 or 45 drivers, are waiting back in the pit area, and some will come onto the racetrack almost immediately on the display of the green flag. Others will wait almost 3 hours for their chance to move onto the track and run in this year's World Figure Eight Championship.
Then you've got the number 5 of Amos at the crossover. The 96 of Rogers lucky to survive that confrontation that time. Rogers leads. Here's the battle as the number 5 of Amos bumping over the marker tire, racing hard with the number 31 of Whitaker as they come through the intersection on lap number 6. In trouble is the number 64 Ryder, Sun facing the wrong way. He is now trying to get restarted and almost runs into the wall for his trouble as the leaders put Ryder a lap down. The 5 of Amos now has the lead. Second place is the number 96.
And now some of the crew members make a final quick visit with their drivers to make sure that the cars to start the World Championship are set and ready to go. It is now time for us to go down to the start-finish line where our good friend Al Stilley has a very special guest. Before we do that, we need Melissa Howard to the ticket booth. And here's our last year lights are on message of the night, a pink Cougar that has a plate number from Madison County, 48G as in George, 355. 48G as in George, 355. Al Stilley, one last time, if you could display to our racing fans the World Championship trophy for which all of these drivers are racing along with the $10,000 first prize.
This is the apple of their eye, the 20th anniversary World Championship Figure 8 trophy and the $10,000 winner's prize that goes with it. Jim Fox, if you'll step forward, and you've been through this many, many times before, in your mind, what are these drivers thinking at this moment?
Well, there's a lot of jittery nerves, and they can't wait for us to quit talking and the racing to start, I'll guarantee you. It's always easier on the driver when the green flag falls, because the waiting and the anticipation is mighty tough.
Well, we noticed that when the drivers came by. It was very special to have each and every driver who could make it here who raced in the inaugural 1977 race, and we're glad that you were able to do it, and that, I'm sure that was a special moment for these drivers to shake hands with the drivers who started this event many, many years ago.
There were a couple of them that I'm sure would have liked to have won that one in '77, and I'm glad to see them still racing. I still have the passion. I'm just not out there tonight.
Okay, well, Jim Fox will have you out for some very, very special words in just a few minutes. Thank you, Jim. Thank you for being with us, and I want to express my appreciation to the drivers who were here representing the inaugural field of drivers. Again, thank you, fans, for coming out on this, the 20th anniversary running of the World Championship Figure 8. The restrooms and concession stands are located behind the main grandstand and also behind the south grandstand. The official program for this event, the Indianapolis Speedrome pit board, is also available at the front gate where you walked in. We're just moments away from a very, very special event, the 20th Anniversary World Championship Figure 8 Challenge. And I would like to introduce at this time a lady who I have heard sing. She is from Greenwood United Methodist Church. If you will, at this time, please stand, face the American flag at the north end of the track as we pay homage to this great nation of ours, where we enjoy so many freedoms under God's blessing. Ladies and gentlemen, Jennifer Faust singing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets wrinkling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, see, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
One lap to go. The number 94 Bear holding on to the lead ahead of the number 5 of Amos and stretching it out a couple of places. The crossover looks like it's going to be him. Now we can figure out where that body work came from earlier. Was on a Kim Gibson's car.
Thank you, Jennifer Faust, ladies and gentlemen. And again, our track officials have indicated that drivers are strapped in their seats. Crew members are off the track. This is the 20th anniversary running of the World Championship Figure 8, also the 100th anniversary of oval track racing in the United States. And on my right, the inaugural champion of the World Championship Figure 8, Jim Fox.
Thank you, Al Stilly. Now it is my great honor and pleasure to utter the most famous words in automobile racing today. Gentlemen, start your engines.
Those 6 drivers will start in the World Championship of Figure 8 racing in Al.
1 year of planning, 1 year of dreams, and the World Championship is about ready to break loose at the Indianapolis Speedrome. The 20th World Championship of Figure 8 Racing. The starting cars are moving onto the track. They will race for 3 hours according to the clock. 28 cars are scheduled to start the race. 26 of those starters have shown. Another 30 or 40 as alternates are waiting in the pit area for their chance to move on to the racetrack and join this event. This makes the World Championship a unique event in American automobile racing because there are more cars on the track running at the finish than at the beginning. And there's the possibility that a driver who neither runs at the beginning or at the finish of the race will complete more laps than anybody else and be the winner for the World Championship of Figure 8 Racing. My name is Kevin O'Neill. I have been privileged since 1982 to be the voice of the Indianapolis Speedrome and to call all of the World Championship races, all of the Speedrome midget races, Hoosier Legends races, modified races, America's Figure 8 Challenge, stock and pro stock, just about all of the races in that time. And no race has a greater impact than the World Championship of Figure 8 Racing, one that you, Jim Fox, have won over the years and have run it over the years. As we get set for the start of the race, what are these drivers going through as they prepare for the main event?
Well, like I said out on the start-finish line earlier, it's a case of nerves, a case of strategy, a case of thinking until the green flag falls, and then it's racing. The racing is ready to go.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's stand and salute these drivers as they get ready for the 3-hour run into the unknown. One of these drivers could be the winner of the World Championship. Others are waiting for their chance to run from the alternates line in the pit area. As we get set for the start here in just a couple of laps, Jim Fox, let's take a look at what these drivers are going to have to do to survive and win in this World Championship. You're looking at 400 laps, almost 900 runs through the intersection. You're looking at 3 hours of drama and battles to survive as we go to the green flag and the fireworks light up the night sky as the World Championship is underway. And the first leader of this year's World Championship is Jack Dawsey Jr. in the number 1. The second place is the number 94, Fred Bear Jr. Already the first alternates on the track, splitting around cars, and one of those alternates, the number 44 of David Bussey, almost got speared, as now the number 94 of Fred Bear is in the lead, and the number 1 of Dawsey is in second. There are a lot of duplicate numbers in this race. As we watch out, the number 44 Bussey almost stalled in the intersection. He goes a lap down. There are a lot of duplicate numbers in this event, and one of those duplicate numbers is with the number 1. Two former World Figure 8 champions, both carrying numbers 1. The pink number 1 is Dawsey, who is running in second place. The white number 1 of Mike Say. Now trouble is the number 27 of Deal, put into the wall over in turn number 3. Deal becomes the first driver to taste concrete, loses a wheel, and we will come down to caution. Deal is out of the race. The car that started in position number 8 put into the wall, and we come down to yellow. The pace car will pick up the field as Deal's car, minus the right front wheel, comes out of the race for the time being. Jim Fox, that's what everybody fears in this World Championship, that you'll be just trying to survive at the beginning and somebody will slam you into the wall like Deal's number 27.
I believe it came apart before he got there. He looked like he was pretty much by himself and lost control. Somebody over-tightened the lug nuts or something, but a casualty early in the race.
And there you see Deal out of his car, doing what so many do in this world. First thing he does is look to find out how much damage is done. I'm sure he's not going to like that. Looks like the entire right front suspension has been completely sheared off the car, but that's something they can fix.
Yes, he can come back out, and theoretically, if everyone else is slow and has trouble and he comes out fast and quick, they get that repaired, he could conceivably still win this event.
And if he doesn't win, there's a lot of money to be won, because if you finish in the top 6, there's at least $1,000, and I know that's what makes racers like Jim Fox's eyes light up.
No, it's not the money. It's just the thrill of driving, okay?
So you're saying if it's a $10,000 to win race, you'll give the $10,000 to charity?
No, I didn't say that. I just said it's the thrill of driving. Give me my check so I can go have some more thrills.
So we get set for the restart, and the leader, the second leader of this race, is the number 94 Bear. Your first leader was Jack Dawsey Jr., the number 1. Bear leads in number 94. Second place is the number 1 of Jack Dawsey Jr., that's car number 1D. Third place, the number 33 of Doug Gregg. Fourth place, 1 Mike St. John. Fifth place, the number 10 of Bruce Tunney. Sixth place, 24 Fenwick. Seventh place, 9 Basham. Eighth place, 15 Dwayne Lee. Ninth place, 23 Van Meter. 10th place is the number 7 of Bill Tunney Jr. as we get set to come to the restart. And we begin lap number 6, midway through the 4th minute of this race. Jim Fox, look at this lead pack. I think we've gotten ourselves better part of 15 or 20 cars in this race that have a serious chance of winning.
Oh, I believe everybody that's in this original 28's probably got better odds of winning. It's just a matter of persevering for 3 consecutive hours. And they're out there at the beginning and they're starting, so they've got longer to persevere and longer to go.
But look how dangerous the intersection is getting as Jack Dandy splits between Dwayne Lee and Bruce Tunney. This is the most dangerous early intersection racing I've ever seen as Jack Dawsey Jr. gets back to the lead. I mean, look at Dandy coming through the intersection. He actually got blocked by a couple of cars. Now he comes on through. These guys in 4-abreast racing are taking incredible risks, and we're only 4 minutes into a 180-minute race, including Jerry Brown to the number 44 who stalled and got restarted. How do you survive these incredible risks that these drivers are taking in this 3-hour race?
You have to thread the needle each and every time, and you cannot afford to sit there and check your brakes at the crossover. You have to stay on the lead lap. You get down 1 lap this early in the race, it's really, really tough when the field gets stretched out, the other cars come out in the pack. It's hard to make up that lap.
Something scared me there, Jim Fox. And you see Jack Dawsey Jr. barely get between the 38 of Brackley and another car. I was waiting for the crash, and it never happened. We see the Jerry Witt at front over in turn number 1. I don't believe this is the most dangerous early racing in the World Championship I have ever seen.
It's very thrilling and very, you know, you got to stay, like I say, on that lap. You got to stay charging. You can't be back there spectating.
But this is where the World Championship has changed, as we notice that Dawsey, who keeps on taking incredible risks through the intersection so early, is already off to a lead of about 1 turn. It used to be in the World Championship, you took it easy for the first 90 minutes and then raced to the second 90. Here, it's like it's 5 laps left to go for 3 hours.
The cars have gotten more high performance and faster, so it's you have to start earlier in the race to establish yourself.
And so far establishing himself as the leader is the number 1 of Dawsey, the 33 of Gregg. All 3 cars have crashed in the intersection. The 7 to 79 of Ray Gaddis, the number 69 of R.J. Norton, and the 66A of Ken Carpenter have collided at the intersection. That brings out our second caution of the night. And some guys barely slow down in time. In fact, the number 9 of Leonard Basham barely slowed down, period. 5 minutes and 40 seconds into the race. 3 cars collided the intersection, bringing out our second caution. That took out a pretty good contender, the number 69 of R.J. Norton, who started this race in the top 15. He was the 15th starter, goes off with a flat tire, what looks like a ripped-up suspension on the right side, along with Ray Gaddis, who has completed more than 4,100 laps, the most laps ever completed in this World Championship, who ended up colliding with a fellow Michigander, Ken Carpenter, the number 866. And there are a couple of Sportsdrome and Louisville guys helping each out. The number 2 of Jerry Whitten, who stalled at the south end of the racetrack, getting a push from the number 44 of Jerry Brown. Hey, these out-of-towners hang together pretty tight.
You know, you got to, maybe the next time around, it'll be your turn to get a little assistance from somebody. Ray Gaddis' car looks like it was hitting the rear end, the rear axle shoved forward, so he's probably got some work to do to get that one ready back in the race today.
That's frustrating for Gaddis because he came here on second day qualifying and came out to qualify 21st. Now let's take a look at the position changes we've seen in the opening laps of this World Championship. First, the number 1 of Dawsey has traded the lead back and forth a couple of times. 1D Dawsey leads. Second place, the number 94 is Bear as Gaddis goes off on the hook. Third place is the white number 1 of Mike St. John. Fourth place, 24 Fenwick. Fifth place, the number 23 of Van Meter. Then you've got the number 10 of Bruce Tunney, 15 Dwayne Lee, the number 9 of Leonard Basham, the number 7 of Bill Tunney Jr., 87 Danny Turner moving up, 38 Rackley, number 5 Amos moving up, and the number 33 of Doug Gregg has suddenly slipped back, even up in the top 4. Now he's near the tail end of the lead lap. What happened?
Like I say, you have to establish your position early on, and he hasn't set quite the pace that Jack and Fred Bear have. But maybe he's smart. Maybe he's letting them go out and extend themselves and stretch themselves out, laying back slightly. As long as he stays on the lead lap, he should be in pretty good position.
Where Dawsey, the pink number 1, has managed to hold on to world championships aplenty is that he has managed to maintain that hot pace with the lead and always survive in the last 3 or 4 world championships. He's had some tangles, and a couple of those tangles have cost him world championships, and he's managed to keep on going. Where drivers such as Fred Bear, the number 94, who from times has appeared to be faster than Dawsey in these races, has actually run into a few too many problems and has wrecked himself out.
Yeah, you can... Jack has the ability to have hot laps and a cool head, and that makes a good figure-8 driver. You can have real hot laps and not keep a good cool head, thinking all the time, and get yourself into trouble pretty easily.
We'll come to the restart this next time by. Looks like that most of our starters remain on the lead lap. Bear in 94 and Dawsey in the 1D have traded the lead back and forth a couple of times as we finish the 9th minute of the first hour of the World Championship. Dawsey moves around the number 16 of Robbie Loving, one of the early alternates in this race, the Michigan Playboy and former Michigan figure-8 champion, now going a little beyond 1 lap now, trying to hang with those leaders, but Loving may be going backwards in a hurry as our lead pack of 6 cars, led by Dawsey, finishes the 18th lap of this World Championship. For a few seconds, they have the luxury of an empty crossover. That will certainly disappear as time goes by. As we see Dawsey and Bear split the traffic of the crossover around round number 44. Now they're staging behind the rookie driver, Michael Kennedy from Kentucky, putting him 1 lap down as they come up to the number 9 of Curtis McMurtry. Now the number 24 of Rich Fenwick is running in 3rd place. The number 23 of Eddie Van Meter has come to 4th. In 5th place, you've got the number 10 of Bruce Finney. Slimming back to 6th place is the number 1 of Mike St. John. 7th place is the number 9 of Leonard Basham. Jack Dandy between the 1st and 2nd place cars. You'll see a lot of that yellow number 4J. The number 23 of Van Meter running in the 4th spot. Watching as Dandy pulls right ahead of him at the intersection. And again, a whole bunch of close escape as we watch the cars coming out of the 4th turn, sliding through the intersection, which for those drivers was as clear as it's going to get. Number 10, Bruce Tunney, and the number 24, Rich Fenwick, challenging with number 23 of Van Meter, coming out of the 2nd turn of the 22nd lap, as Tunney goes ahead of the number 24, Fenwick, picking up position. Number 4, 2 cars spin out of the 4th turn. One of them is the number 5 of Robert Amos, who has that Earnhardt Jim Goodrich Childress uniform that he was running that came right out of the Goodrich stable. He has a flat tire and torn up right side. He charges out of the pits and out of the race for the time being. That took out Amos, who was the starter, number 18 in this event.
Jack's getting into traffic now, and that's where a fast, hot lap driver doesn't want to be. He wants to be out and running where he can predict what he's doing. If you get caught up in a pack of slower cars, they sometimes predicate where you are and what you're going to do.
And there's an important thing happening here is the number 2 of, big crash out of the 2nd corner. The number 2 of Kennedy spun the number 1 of Mike St. John, and then St. John was taken those first by the 87 of Danny Turner. Danny Turner's got a busted radiator. He'll have to make a pit stop. And St. John drops further and further back. Now the 10
he has a flat tire.
Hits the number 31 of Bobby Whitaker and spun into St. John. Charges off the track with a flat right front tire. Whitaker is sideways to the rest of the field. Backs out of the way just barely as the leaders come on through. That's the thing you hate, Jim Fox, to see your lead, your position taken away by another driver that nails you.
Yes, it's, you try to not let that happen, but occasionally you get caught, you get slammed. Nothing you can do about it except put it back together and get back out there. Russ Amos.
Robert Amos comes back onto the track after making a pit stop to change that tire. Also making a late start, the number 80 of Ronnie Clunt. Clunt should have started this race in the 80 car in 3rd place. However, he got into a
messed with something that broke in the rear end of that car, I think, and he has, as a result, started the race 12.5 minutes late. So here's the situation. That crash that happened at the 11-minute mark took out 87 Turner, the number 02, and the 1 car, Mike St. John. Then you had a collision that took out the 5 machine. So a lot of good contenders have been wrecked out of this race in the early going. And also we have the fight that sees the number 33 of Doug Gregg trying to keep from going 1 lap down to the number 1 of Jack Dawsey Jr. And ever so suddenly, Dawsey is starting to dominate this race. The second starter has a lead of 1 turn over the number 94 Bear as we close minute number 13 of the first hour of this race. Third place, the 23 of Van Meter. Fourth place, the number 10 of Bruce Tunney. Fifth place, the 15 of Dwayne Lee. Then you've got the number 24 of Fenwick. The number 1 of Mike St. John back on, but lost a couple of laps as a result of making that pit stop. And St. John is running right ahead of Leonard Basham in 9. The number 3 of Rodney Sizemore. The number 7 of Bill Tunney Jr. Then you've got the 11 of Kevin Ford. Trouble with the number 71 of Steve Frost. That car is stuck and facing the wrong direction. We bring out the yellow because of Steve Frost's stalled number 71 car.
Doug Gregg makes it out in front of the pace car, so that keeps him from going a lap down. Now he's got to go around and catch up to the tail end of the feed. That was a very lucky break for Doug.
An unlucky break for Steve Frost, who I believe is driving one of the cars that Doug Gregg built. Gregg has 3 cars in the front part of this field. His number 33, the number 21 of Bobby Douthit, and the number 23 of Eddie Van Meter. Van Meter, running very strongly in Gregg's primary customer car, is currently in 3rd place. Now, Van Meter is a driver that has been a fascinating story. He's come from almost nowhere, the number 23, over the last couple of years to become one of the top drivers in figure eight racing.
You know, there again, it goes, you know, Eddie's a real young driver, very energetic, very ambitious. He also has the ability of having a nice car under him. The combination has been working well for him.
And Van Meter runs in 3rd place behind Fred Bear. Bear has run in 2nd place so far, and he's stayed clean. Now, Bear is one of those guys that, frankly, they say if he ever calms down for 3 hours, he could win the race.
Yes, Fred can go like the devil, but occasionally he gets caught in a brain fade or something and gets himself into trouble very quickly.
So far, he is doing pretty well. Now, there are a couple of other drivers who we've watched who have been racing pretty hard for position but kind of hanging back. And 2 of those drivers are right together as the, first off, we glance at Bear, the number 94, and the number 23 of Van Meter, who are kind of tooling along there with Dawsey as we get set for the restart. Those guys come through there. But I'll tell you what, the guys that are running kind of in the middle of the pack, who I've been watching with some interest, are Leonard Basham in number 9 and the number 7 of Bill Tunney Jr. I'm surprised to see those guys hanging back, but again, maybe they're trying a new philosophy.
I think, you know, it's just the brakes, the traffic, the pattern. Now Mike's got to really come hard, and Mike St. John in the car number 1, because he went out with that flat tire and A-frame configuration a while ago. He has to really make up position now. I don't know whether he's a lap down yet or not, but he has to get back up in the hunt.
I would figure as we finish lap number 34 and minute number 16 that Mike St. John has probably lost a couple of laps at least in this World Championship as we watch him try to go down there. You wonder what sort of impact this is going to have on Mike St. John and the other drivers that crashed early like Robert Amos. Are they going to run that much harder to make up ground, or are they just going to kind of run steady and hope the race comes back to them?
In this racing, the style and class of car and driver that we have here for this World Figure 8 Championship, they'll have to race to go back to get back in the race. The race won't lay down and let them catch up.
And so we watch a group of drivers through the intersection again around Jack Dandy and the number 4J. As you watch the intersection, this is where it's starting to get extremely insane. Dawsey through the crossover, cuts left, cuts right, tries to find path through the intersection as some cars run fast, some run slow. As you see the number 95 of Kim Gibson, one of the alternates in this race, one of the few female drivers in this world of figure eight racing, and the 11th alternate in this contest, as we see the 24 of Rich Fenwick just barely keep from hitting the number 64 of Steve Reidner, and the number 66 of Carpenter stopped at the intersection, gets going once again.
Lead pack is 3 cars deep as they come through the intersection. The 1 of Dawsey, the 94 of Bear, and the number 23 of Van Meter. And if I read things correctly, it looks as if the number 33 of Doug Gregg, I think, has managed to take advantage of that yellow. I think he's managed to come all the way to 5th after he almost went 1 lap down.
Yes, that's true. He's been coming back up through with Dwayne Lee hooked right up with him. They seem to be working their way toward the front now.
And that could be an interesting combination because Lee is a proven endurance driver. Doug Gregg has done very well in the Hoosier Legends cars and has won an America's Figure 8 Challenge Championship, but never seems to have been in the right place at the right time to win one of these World Championship Figure 8 races. Leaders are now trying to put the number 5 of Robert Amos another lap down as they go into the first turn of lap number 3. Watch out, the Tunney car got hit, and now we've got big troubles at the crossover as the number 9 cars have been involved in a crash. One of them was the number 9 of McMurtry, and then he got hit by the number 88 car, driven by 8 alternate Tom Winters, and then Leonard Basham in the number 9. The bad luck hit the 1988 world champion once again. And there's another crash coming out of the second corner that sees the Wright number 0 car and Mike Nelson in 56. Dan Wright, one of the Kentuckiana drivers in 0, is in a crash out of the second corner, along with the number 56 of Mike Nelson. And so we have 2 crashes almost simultaneously, bringing out the yellow midway through the 19th minute of this race.
We have 2 at the crossover that are actually hooked together, looks like. Get them separated and running. I don't know how much damage they've sustained. The right rear of the blue car there, I can't even see its number yet right now. It's been hit pretty hard. I believe he's tire and wheel and a little sheet metal. He'll probably come back at number 66.
It takes a lot to take you out of a figure 8 race in this track, and sometimes you need the record to get these guys apart. One thing that I am marveling at, Jim Fox, we have run about 20 minutes of racing. We're 1/6 of the way through this race. It seems like we've been sitting here for maybe 3 minutes watching these guys running. I've never had the feeling of the pace of a world championship going this quickly.
I have this, last year's race seemed to go quite fast for me. I think maybe it's my age, but as I get older, they seem to go faster. I know I get better looking, but I guess my age makes me think in slower terms.
So the wreckers come out. Curtis McMurtry's number 9, all smashed up at the front end. He is going out of the race. McMurtry was the 6th alternate. The number 56 of Mike Nelson over in the other corner, who started in 20th place, is out of the contest after colliding with the 0 of Dan Wright, who was the 12th alternate in this World Championship race. And you can see that McMurtry's car is torn up a bit in the front end, but the car, again, is repairable. And with all that cash available in this race, it's one of those deals where you have to come out. Taking a closer look at the car, you can see the tie rod hanging down from the right front. That's probably most of the damage. As soon as they get that tie rod fixed, they might be able to get McMurtry back in.
Yeah, I don't believe he busted a radiator. I don't see any water under him or anything, which means he probably kept everything together in the motor compartment. Get his suspension back together, he'll be back out to join us.
Now let's take a look at the way that they are running in this World Championship as we are 20 minutes into the first hour of this race. The leader is the number 1 tee of Jack Dawsey Jr., second place the 94 Fred Bear Jr., third place number 23 Eddie Van Meter, fourth place is the number 10 of Bruce Tunney. Then you've got the number 24 of Rich Fenwick, the number 15 of Dwayne Lee, the number 9 of Leonard Basham had been running in 7th place. In 8th place was the number 7 of Bill Tunney Jr. 9th place was the 30 of Kenny Rackley, and in 10th place you had the number 3R of Rodney Sizemore. That's the way that they had been running a few minutes ago, but it's pretty obvious now that you have the number 33 of Doug Gregg and the number 15 of Dwayne Lee, who have moved up. I'm surprised that Lee got such a good jump on the restart, by my reckoning coming to 3rd place ahead of Dwayne Lee. Then you've got the number 10 of Bruce Tunney, 24 Fenwick, the number 3 of Rodney Sizemore, still hanging in there undamaged, which is good for him. Then you near the tail end of the lead lap, you've got the number 7 of Bill Tunney Jr., the 21 of Douthit, and notice that Nelson and Wright, when they got them disengaged, are back underway. On the restart, lead once again to the number 94 of Bear, ahead of the 1 of Dawsey and the number 23 of Van Meter. Then you've got 3 drivers racing for 3rd place, the number 15 of Lee, the
number 33 of Greg, and the number 10 of Bruce Tunney coming out of the fourth turn as they finish lap number 45 into the 23rd minute of this race. The cars stacked up at the intersection. Now there's Kennedy sideways, the number 02 hitting the number 16 of Loving, blocking Bear and putting Dawsey back in the lead in the number 1D car. So they changed the lead that fast. Bear leads 2 laps, Dawsey leads 2 laps. How long could they keep it up?
Hopefully for 3 consecutive hours, and the first one to be leading at the end of that 3 hours is going to win this thing, and that's what they're thinking.
But first they've got to get to the intersection, almost running into Dandy's car. And we're watching the battles throughout the field as Dawsey takes a big challenge from Bear. And notice that in that pack, there are, of the lead group, there are 2 cars that are not on the lead lap who are trying to get to the position they can get back on the lead lap. The most prominent of those being the number 5 of Robert Amos, who lost 2 or 3 circuits as a result of a flat tire as they almost get into the Clont and Dandy cars of the intersection.
Yeah, Jack Dandy's in his usual position, right in the middle in the thick of things, and he doesn't quit. You got to account for him, and each and every lap figure out where he's at.
Now, you speak from experience because you have almost hit or have run into Jack Dandy during several World Championship Figure 8 races.
Yes, as a matter of fact, he was running second to me the year I won. He was right on my rear bumper, and I was worried to death he was going to pass me, and then all of a sudden, about 4 or 5 laps from the end, he crashed in the 3rd turn, and I didn't know it, and I went on to the checkered flag wondering where he was.
Jack Dandy is still out there. Dawsey is lucky to be out there as well. Dawsey almost got picked off by a bunch of cars at the intersection, forced all the way back to 4th place in the pink number 1. The new leader is Bear in number 94. In 2nd place, the number 23 Van Meter. 3rd place, 15 Lee. 4th place, 1 Dawsey. In 5th place, you've got the number 10 of Tunney. Then you've got the number 33 of Greg, the number 24 of Fenwick, and the number 7 of Bill Tunney Jr. hanging near the tail end of the lead lap, along with the 38 of Brackley and the 21 of Dalvin and the number 23 of Rodney Sizemore, as Fenwick almost gets into the leading number 94 of Bear, right on the tail end of Dawsey, rather the tail end of Rodney Sizemore's car as they come through the intersection. And there's the 24 Fenwick barely surviving at the crossovers. Once again, we're moving into that danger zone where you have big packs of drivers that are almost perfectly opposed to one another and crawling through the intersection. The 64 of Reiner takes a hit from witness number 2, keeps on going as the leaders come through on the other side. And Bear is put the number 3 of Rodney Sizemore a lap down as we see they're passing the spun number 66 of Carpenter. And now Bear is pulling up a pretty good advantage. Bear's not by himself as far as being in traffic. There's intense traffic around Bear, but Bear has run off and hit for the rest of the leaders, and that's a surprise.
Yes, it is. He's doing very well. Jack, on the other hand, has been catching bad traffic at the crossover, lap car problems, and he seems to be moving backwards at a high rate of speed.
So Bear leads as we come to lap number 56 and minute number 26 in this World Championship. Doug Gray got caught in the intersection badly. He goes off looking for someplace to go, almost hits the number 26 of David Morris nose first. And Greg, I believe, is about ready to go a lap down again as the number 55 car in a collision, Mike Haskin.
With Bobby Whitaker.
And Whitaker keeps on going. Haskin may have hurt the car looking for a way to get to the intersection, and there is no room there. I think Whitaker may have hurt the car as he goes a little slowly. He may have a flat tire. Haskin keeps on going. Whitaker is driving like a guy that's trying to get to the pits but can't find a way to go there. The melee continues as this massive pack of traffic comes out of the corner. In the middle of that pack, you've got the 94 of Bear, your lead car, who is trying to put the number 21 of Dalvin a lap down, and has put the number 33 of Doug Gregg a lap down. Gregg has been on and off the lead lap twice. Now the number 23 Van Meter almost hits Jerry Brown and Rich Fenwick and a host of other cars as the number 4 Jack Dandy into the wall. Nose first. Big hit for Jack Dandy as he got to the number 38 of Brackley and will come down to yellow. Jack Dandy in the number 4 got into the wall here, nose first after a hard hit.
And the car that collided with him pulled out onto the traffic, and Rich Fenwick hit him in the tail end. We have water all over the 3rd turn here. Traffic in a melee in the crossover.
So our race officials have checked with Jack Dandy. The first preliminary indication, yeah, you can see Dandy's moving around. He's all right. He's probably saying, get me out of here. So the driver is okay. Jack Dandy is getting unhooked. He has destroyed, and I do not underestimate the use of that word destroyed, the front end of his car. He's about ready to get out and walk away.
But that's been said of Jack Dandy before. I've seen him come back with cars that I thought were absolutely destroyed, and he's come back and been competitive. No body, no sheet metal, gas tanks exposed. He has been, his pit crew has done excellent work in the past.
So Jack Dandy still talking to the race officials. You're probably asking him, well, first off, the guys with the wrecker are having a hard time finding a piece of metal to hook into, as you see Robbie Loving in the number 16 stopping there to check and find out how his good friend Jack Dandy is doing.
Yes, like you said earlier, these out-of-town drivers all hang together, and that's, you know, that's commendable.
So there's one of the track workers. He asked him, how is Jack doing? And the track worker told him he's okay. So Loving in the number 16 gave up a couple of positions on this yellow, but he's okay, is Jack. But look at that car. I mean, I'm not trying to be personal, Jim Fox, but the last time I saw a figure-8 car that torn up at the rear end was when you tried to drive through the first turn wall here about 15 years ago, and you ended up with about 20 pounds of metal in your legs.
Yes, I can attest that wall does not move, believe me.
And he is not getting out of the car. They're towing it away. I'm surprised there's still a straight piece of metal and they're not pulling it apart. That is as comprehensively torn up a machine. Now, even you have to say, Jim Fox, this is going to take a lot of work to get that car back into the race.
A couple wreckers there in the pits or a fence post somewhere, and you'll be amazed at how they can stretch that thing back out.
I'll believe you. Now let's get set for the restart as Jack Dandy's car leaves the track midway through the 30th minute of this event. The number 94 of the 94 Fred Bear has the lead. Your second place car is now going to be the number 15 of Dwayne Lee. Third place, the number 23 of Van Meter. Fourth place is going to be the number 10 of Bruce Tunney. Fifth place, the number 1 of Jack Dawsey Jr. I'll give sixth place to the number 7 of Bill Tunney Jr. Seventh place to the number 24 of Fenwick, and so on down the line. Fenwick managed to survive his part of that crash. It looks like he's in good shape. There's a piece of bodywork that's been torn off. No, that's a good-sized rub rail that's been torn loose from the number 7 of Bill Tunney Jr., but he still runs as we come back to the green flag at the halfway mark of the first hour of this race. Now, this is the first time that we have seen Dwayne Lee, the number 15, up and seriously racing for the lead.
Dwayne traditionally is to set back and drive his own race to the pace and then finish hard latter part, but he's been working his way up, staying on the lap. Now he's up in contention.
You see 6 cars in this lead pack. 5 of them are on the lead lap. The 6th one, the number 5 of Amos, is a couple of laps down, but still able to run with the leaders. Heavy traffic in the intersection. Bear slows down, almost stops. Bruce Tunney, inside move, takes the lead away from Bear on the midway part of the 31st minute of this first hour of the event. And no, we understand that Bruce Tunney fell 1 lap down. Bruce Tunney, in making that move, did get one of his laps back. I stand corrected. Bruce Tunney got a lap back, and now the leader is the number 23 of Eddie Van Meter, who hits Tunney going into the first turn as they try to simultaneously duck underneath Carpenter's number A66. Again, our scores tell us that Bruce Tunney is 1 lap down, and the leader is the number 23 of Van Meter as they try to streak around the number 33 of Doug Gregg, who is now further off the pace than I think he wants to be.
Oh, traffic is thick as usual at the crossover.
And the leaders are going to be clear of that traffic, or maybe a couple of laps, then it'll start to get dangerous again. We were marking how hazardous it looked at the beginning of the race. Well, they get to ease off for a while as we see the number 97 car spinning. That's Jerry Cassidy, the 18th alternate, and has now come onto the racetrack as we are putting our alternates into this race at what appears to be a record pace.
Yes, this race has a tendency to take a toll, and then at each restart, those that have come out can get their cars back together and come back out, and there's a lot more cars on the field again.
And with those cars that are on the track, as we see yet another alternate being added, the number 961 of Dale Canals, the 19th alternate. The leaders come charging into the third turn of lap number 69 as we start the 33rd minute of this race. Now Bruce Tunney runs into the number 26 of David Morris. That slows Tunney, puts him a lap down. Tunney caught in traffic on the outside of the first turn of the 70th lap and put a lap down by the leading number 23 of Van Meter, 94 Bear in second. Third place, the number 15 of Dwayne Lee. This is the thickest traffic of the night. They are racing 3 and 4 abreast every inch of the way.
I believe Dak Jossie Jr. is now up into fourth again. He got quite off the pace, worked his way back now.
And as we see Tunney trying to get his lap back, he's getting blocked at every venue by the traffic. The traffic's not out to block Tunney, it's just that it's every man, and in the case of Kim Gibson in the 95, woman for him or herself, as Gibson runs wheel to wheel for a moment with the leading number 23 of Van Meter. We notice that Van Meter has a huge rub rail on the right and left side of that car. Is those rub rails do any good, Jim?
The rub rails keep you safe. They keep cars from getting tied into you and hooked up quite as often where you can't get away like we saw earlier at the crossover collision. The big thing is when somebody gets into a tire and there's no way you can protect your sidewalls of your tires.
And there's some tire damage to number 66 of Carpenter, who's got nailed by Mike Haskett in 55. Haskett keeps on going, meandering slow through the intersection. Carpenter's 66A car appears to be stalled over in turn number 2 as the lead pack bears down on him. Will they get around Carpenter? This is very dangerous. He got hit by Robbie Loving, who collected the number 64 of Reidner and the number 10 of Bruce Tunney as the yellow comes out. Another crash in turn number 3. Number 66 of Curtis Murphy, and I think that's the number 97 of Jerry Cassidy over in turn number 3. We have 2 simultaneous crashes at the same time, midway through the 34th minute of this race, bringing out yet another yellow.
And Dwayne Lee got tangled up in that. He looks like he is okay and back in, but he did get tangled up in that collision in the third turn.
So one potential contender for this race. Bruce Tunney in the number 10 is now caught in this 4-car crash that began when Ken Carpenter stalled the A66 in turn number 2, collecting first Robbie Loving, then the number 64 of Steve Reidner, and the number 10 of Bruce Tunney. Again, the second crash over in the third turn, which was a separate incident, saw the Curtis Murphy 66 and the number 97 of Jerry Cassidy.
I believe you'll see the Tunney car, number 10, back out there. He looked like he was almost stopped and then got bumped in under in that pack over there in the second turn.
And so we stay under yellow, and we watch as the number 94 Bear runs calmly under caution with the number 23 of Van Meter in second. 1 of Dawsey is in third, and where'd he come from? The number 7 of Bill Tunney Jr. runs in fourth. Then I think 24 Fenwick and 15 Lee still running on the lead lap, and that should be pretty much it. Take a look at the back. Well, I was wondering about the back end of Tunney's car. There's a piece of metal that looked like it was coming off. Well, it's gone now. He doesn't have to worry about it, but everybody always gets bashed up in this World Championship race. Bashed up. No, you were right about Tunney. He's driving away.
Yeah,
but slowly.
I believe he may have looks like a left front tire may be flat, but I think he's all in one piece, and I think we'll see him back out here.
Tunney loses some ground, but again, we emphasize the length of the World Championship of figure 8 racing means it's possible to make major repairs on a car, come back, and still have a chance to win. The unique part of this World Championship is that you can possibly be neither running at the start or at the finish and win the race. Van Meter in the number 23 has come from the street stock class, the Indianapolis Speedrome, to be a consistent winner, running a memory of his father, Skip Van Meter, who died in a construction accident about 6 weeks ago in the state of Maine. As Bruce Tunney limps off the track in the number 10, running slowly. They are finding a brand new way to enforce the speed limit in the pit area. I'm not going to tell you how, but they could catch it. There is a 5-mile-an-hour speed limit in the pits, Now, we all know that drivers hate speed limits, especially in the pits, so they came up with an interesting little trick down there to slow them down.
I don't even know what that trick is, but I'm going to tell you it's a good safety feature, but the driver is the last one that wants to have it. When he's broke, he wants to get there quickly, he wants to get his crew fixed, and he wants to get back out here. Although I do commend the speed limit, there's a lot of people in the pits, a lot of people moving, and when your driver comes in, you don't always look back to see the other cars coming in, and for safety's sake, that's a good rule.
The pits for the World Championship of Figure 8 racing are just as crowded as the pit area for a NASCAR Winston Cup event or an Indy Racing League event. When everybody dives into the pits looking for service, there is just barely enough room to get the cars in and the crew members to do their work at the same time. We're just about set for the latest restart of this World Championship event as we are closing at the end of the 38th minute of the first hour of this World Championship race with the number 23 of Eddie Van Meter in the lead. The number 94 of Fred Bear Jr. in second, the number 7 of Bill Tenney Jr. in third, and the number 1 of Jack Dawsey Jr. in fourth as we come to the restart. Then Dwayne Lee in 15 and the number 24 of Rich Fenwick, your lead cars as we come to the green, as we see Van Meter try to streak away from Bear, and they almost catch Haskett as they come over the oil drivers, lay down over the area of turn number 2 to pick up the oil and water that's spilled from those cars in the crash. It picks up a cloud of dust that envelops the machine as they come through the intersection to finish the 78th lap. As Dawsey falls to fourth, Tunney moves up to third, trying to move around Kennedy to have a shot at the second place 94 of Bear and the leading number 23 of Van Meter.
That yellow came out, like I said earlier, Dwayne Lee got tied up in that collision up here and spun, but the yellow worked well for him. He was able to stay basically in position and on the same lap.
And talk about bad luck.
Yes.
Talk about bad luck and bad timing. The number 69 of R.J. Norton, remember, was involved in a wreck earlier. He just collided with the number 97 of Jerry Cassidy, who got out of that first wreck, and Norton has got himself a flat tire on the right front. He's got to make yet another pit stop for repairs, and Cassidy looks like he's out of it for the time being as well. In the meantime, your battle for the lead, 4 cars deep, comes through turn number 2, and again, there's some interesting cars.
That Van Meter.
Van Meter clipped the number 26 machine being driven by David Morrison, kept on going. Van Meter tore a bar off the back of Morris's car and keeps on going. We could see yellow shortly depending on what happens to Norton, who has a flat tire that's over in the second turn, but Van Meter keeps on going. I think Norton in 69 is far enough out of the way that we'll stay under green for a moment, but Van Meter dodged a bullet, Jim Fox.
Yes, he did. He hit, and I was amazed that he did stay together. He got on the binders just right, didn't lose position, and kept it together. Good driving on Eddie's part.
In the meantime, Norton in the number 69 is desperately trying to get his car off the wall so he can move through the intersection and maybe have a chance to change that tire, but he just frankly went in the wrong direction. 3 drivers fighting for the lead at the end of the 84th lap and midway through the 41st minute of the first hour of the World Championship. 23 Van Meter, 94 Bear, and the number 7 of Bill Tenney Jr. Jim, you're looking at the back of the pack as we see Haskett's been the 55 out of the 4th turn.
I was watching number 8 here earlier. I'm not sure who the driver is. Number 8, you read
number 8 of Parker Wade, who's the Michigan
I believe he's probably lost his clutch or something because he won't stop. He makes short laps and turns. Now, people don't know that in my first race when I won it, I actually had no clutch and no brakes at the finish. I couldn't stop either, and that's the way he's acting, like he's lost the clutch linkage.
Having to stop at the intersection of 94 Bear and the 23 of Van Meter to keep from hitting a slower car. That puts Bill Tenney Jr. in the lead in number 7. Here's Bear in 94, moving through the intersection, trying to take the lead back at 41 minutes completed midway through the 7th lap of this race.
Bobby Whitaker in the wall.
31 of Whitaker got put into the wall by that number 8 car that you just mentioned, Parker Wade. Whitaker is stuffed into the concrete for what seems like his second crash of the race, but he'll just back off the wall and keep on going. Takes more than hitting the wall at 30 miles an hour to stop him. Dwayne Lee in trouble. The world figure 8 champion in a quick spin over in turn number 1 gets restarted and back underway. He has fallen near the tail end of the lead lap. He's torn up the bodywork, but torn up bodywork doesn't count for anything in the world figure 8 championship.
No, it doesn't, Kevin. The body can be laying all out there on the track as long as that car's still running, you're still in contention.
And here we come up to heavy traffic. Mike Haskett, Donnie Garrigus, and Dale Canals directly ahead of the leaders, and they just managed to get around him. And notice that in that 5-car lead pack, you've got the white number 1 of Mike St. John, who was flying around the corners, playing the I can get my lap back game.
Yes, but Fred Bear and Eddie Van Meter and Jack Dussey Jr. are on a set of rails, and they're going nose to tail. Wherever they go, they're going to go.
And we're still early in this World Championship, midway through the 43rd minute of the first hour of this World Championship race. The number 7 of Bill Tunney Jr., as we expected, has come from 14th starting position to the lead. Second place is the number 94. Bears running in second. He's pulling away for the number 23 of Van Meter. Fourth place is the pink number 1 of Jack Dulcie Jr. The white number 1 of Mike St. John is several laps down after an early flat tire. Then for fifth place, you have to go all the way back, I believe, the number 24 of Fenwick, and sixth place, the number 15 of Dwayne Lee, who I officially called the last driver on the lead lap, although I believe the number 21 of Bobby Dowden is also, the 21 of Bobby Dowden would be, I believe, the last car on the lead lap, and the number 7 of Tunney is trying to put him a lap down. Last year, roughly at this time, the first time that Bill Tunney Jr. got a taste of the lead in this same car, he started to streak away for the rest of the field and nearly put everybody a lap down. But now he's got to contend with potential problems like the number 11 of Kevin Ford, who's putting a lot of smoke. Now we'll come down to yellow. I believe that caution was displayed because of the 0 car of the driver out of Kentuckiana Dan Wright in the 0, who was stalled a bit too close to the crossover to be comfortable. That is the reason for our latest yellow as we close down minute number 44 of the 3 hours in this race. Bill Tunney Jr. in the lead.
Dwayne got tied up again, Dwayne Lee, and I see some sheet metal damage on his car. I didn't see where that occurred exactly, but he's still in contention, still running, but has some body damage.
But again, it's just bodywork damage. As long as you don't get the tires, the wheels, the brakes, or the ball joints, or the drive shafts, or a few other expensive parts. Now I see the reason for the yellow. I stand corrected. I thought the yellow was for Wright's 0 car. Should have looked over in turn number 1, where we see the number 93 of Mike Begley being driven off the track and pushed off by the Carworks Jeep. And notice that R.J. Norton is still out there, kind of stuck in the number 69. That's tough luck for Norton. He got caught in the wrong direction, couldn't make a hard left turn to try to get into the pits, and so Norton's just kind of sitting there. In fact, Norton's not sitting there. He's actually out of the car over on the backstretch talking to a couple of fans.
It's real hard to win the race when you're sitting on the backstretch wall.
Especially when you're sitting there at the 3/4 mark of the first hour of the 3-hour race. So scratch Norton into number 69. We come to the restart. Bear 94 on the attack against Tunney in number 7 for first place. Both cars drift up the racetrack in turns number 1 and 2. Bear takes the lead away from Tunney. Tunney was inside position going into the 3rd turn. Bear streaks across his bow and takes the lead on lap number 97 of the first hour of this race. Bear coming back to the lead. That looked like a power move, Jim Fox.
Fred's car has always traditionally been the fastest. I'm just nice tuck there on the part of Tunney between 2 slower cars. Fred's always had a faster car. He's just lost his cool at different times, but he's doing exceptionally well tonight.
Bear doing well to have his car in one piece at one point, and then to be able to move around Bill Tunney Jr. outbrake Tunney through the intersection, which is a major accomplishment. And just now driving it, Tunney had position on him going into the 3rd turn, and Bear now passing Tunney and drawing away by about 16 car lengths, which by the standards of this race, in the middle of the 47th minute and finishing the 100th lap of this World Championship by the standards of this event. That's pretty good. They are running at what looks like a 400 lap pace, which is a lot of driving in this World Championship.
Yes, it is. Ooh.
And now there's Bear slowing up because of crossover traffic, and Tunney closes back in. Then behind those drivers, about 2 turns, 3rd place is Van Meter, 4th place is Dawsey, and Mike St. John is number 1. Although he is not racing with these drivers for position, is gradually moving back into contention. but he's got a long time to move that. Oh, trouble in the crossover as the Parker Wade car got nailed hard by the number 26 of David Morris. That will bring out the caution. And the leaders, everybody has to watch out for Parker Wade's number 8 car. And also damaged the number 26 of David Morris. That brings out yet another caution in this World Championship affair. Morris's car starting to go up in smoke. For Parker Wade, ruined the back end of that machine. We need a hook or two.
I said earlier that number 8 car, Parker Wade's car, he is not stopping at the crossover. He's chugging like he's pulling it down. There was no clutch. He is moving now. I'm amazed, but he was not stopping. I thought maybe his clutch linkage had gone.
He stopped thanks to David Morris. Morris stopped him.
Yes, he did.
At about 90 miles an hour.
I hate when that happens, too.
Okay, Jim, I will ask you the question that everybody wants to know. What is it like to be one of those crossover crashes?
They're a great deal of fun, actually. The scenery passes fast in front of your face, and after a few minutes, you disorient and look back. You got to realize that you saw the whole speedrome from the inside at one 360-degree loop. It's no fun when it breaks your car, but that's figure 8 racing.
And we see that one car pulling on the track, maybe the number 31 of Whitaker, left a stream of fluid behind it. As we are working to pick up the number 26 of Morris, dropped a lot of water. That means broken radiator or radiator hose. That's repairable. As for Parker Wade in the number 8, his car has got all sorts of neat stuff torn up, like rear axles and axle mounts and springs and shocks and all that other stuff that you can buy in the parts store. It takes a while to fix.
But all that is still fixable. Looks like the frame's still intact. All he has to do is replace maybe a leaf spring and an axle tube, something like that, and he can be back out here racing. I don't think he's in contention, but he can be back out here racing.
And we should note that Jim Fox already does, in fact, know the retail price of all those parts.
Oh yes, I've had to replace. Actually, my sponsor, who was same sponsor as Jack Dawsey Jr. has, by the way, he did real well by me in sponsoring the car and keeping it together. And I extend my thanks to Joe after all these years again. He's still out here and he's still putting together a fine race car for me.
We refer to Joe Simpson, the driver who turned car owner, who is the latest member of the Indianapolis Speedrome Hall of Fame, sponsored Jim Fox for the first World Championship victory, and then picked up Jack Dawsey Jr. as his winner, as his champion of the Speedrome Championship, World Figure 8 Championship, and the champion of America's Figure 8 Challenge in 1995. Now let's watch where these guys get set to go for the restart. And again, there's the number 94 of Bear and the number 7 of Tunney just about set to roll for the beginning of this contest through turns number 3 and 4. We'll work to the 51st minute of the first hour of this race. Tunney versus Bear again on the restart. Bear pulls away, Tunney's car brakes. Tunney's car just that fast, brakes on the restart. The driver that had a chance to win the World Championship brakes on the restart. Tunney's number 7 can't even get to the intersection as he almost got slammed by the number 9 of Basham, who tried to cut around the 95 of Gibson and saw Tunney's car sitting there. Tunney's machine obviously has broken and will not move. And let's see if we're going to put out the caution for Tunney as the rest of the field flows on by him. Tunney had his car almost break in the 1 hour figure 8 in a 50-lap figure 8 a few weeks ago. His carburetor went bad, but now Tunney is definitely out of the race for the time being. And he's not far enough out of the way for the time being to get a caution. Those things there get really crazy. Working to the 52nd minute of this 3-hour race. The leader is the number 94 of Bear. Second place, 23 Van Meter. Third place, the pink 1D of Jack Dawsey Jr. And the caution comes out after the number 93 number 16 of Wayner collides with the number 87 of Danny Turner, and will go out and get the Tunney number 7 and push that car into the infield. Both of the Tunney brothers have had problems as Wayner actually was pulling off to one side. We saw him almost collide with Danny Turner. Wayner, who has been helped by the Tunney family in his racing, was actually pulling over to try to push Tunney out of the way, and the number 87 of Danny Turner wanted to pass Wayner and almost ran into both of those cars.
Put a huge puddle of oil on the exit of turn number 4 right in the racing room. That could be a major problem.
Well, Jim Fox, I'm sure you've had that feeling as well. And for some weird reason, it often happens on a restart, where you get set to come back to speed. The car has behaved perfectly every moment up to that point. You hit the throttle and nothing happens.
You know, linkage is falling off. You don't know it. Tires are going flat. Yes, it has happened, and it's an awfully sinking feeling when you see that green flag come out, mash down on it, and find out you've got a problem. You know you're going to go laps down.
And here's the number 23 of Eddie Van Meter getting set for yet another restart as we come out of turn number 3 and 4. Van Meter makes the move to get around the number 94 of Bear and comes to the lead. And here is Dawsey once again in car number 1, working in second place. Around Bear's number 94, Dwayne Lee in 15, the number 24 of Fenwick in a 5-car lead pack, accompanied by the laps down white number 1 of Mike St. John, as Bear makes his move to the low side of Van Meter and comes back to the lead.
Factor right now, slow traffic is, but these cars from here on out, the way this race is shaping up, it will be a race to the finish.
Oh, watch out as Mike Haskett spins the number 55 just as the leaders come on through. For a while there, I thought Haskett might loop it down in the other direction and take out the entire lead pack. Instead of spinning to the left, he spun to the right, and everybody was able to get around him. And look at this once again, Jim Fox. It's fascinating. This is the 3rd or 4th restart in which we have seen Bear challenged and passed and then drive away from everybody else. What's Bear got tonight?
He's got lots of motors, what he's got. He's got a car that's handling perfectly, watching him move. Now, if he can just stay out of trouble and stay out of traffic, he'll be in contention.
But, of course, that is going to take a long, long time as Bear slows at the intersection. And everybody else slows down as they almost hit Haskett's car. That lets the number 24 of Fenwick and the number 1 of Dawsey get close to Bear. Coming out of turn number 4, they'll have a clear intersection this time by as they charge into the first turn. Now, go ahead.
He takes Dawsey for second place. Traffic again a factor at the crossover.
And we watch as the leaders go into the 3rd turn as they go 3 wide, and Mike St. John forced high by Haskett. Again, St. John not in that lead pack, but still trying to stay within a couple of laps of the lead. We're getting close to the end of the first hour of this race as the 31 of Whitaker runs slow at the intersection. Leader 94 Bear. In second place, you've got the number 24 of Fenwick. Now to 3rd place is the number 1, the pink number 1 of Dawsey. 4th place, 23 Van Meter. I'll give 5th place to 15 Lee. And the number 24 of Fenwick is running in that 2nd spot as we watch him try to get close to Bear once again.
Now, Rich has made his move. He's running well now. Caught in traffic there briefly, but Jack got caught behind a slower car up in the north end, and Fenwick got around him, and he's actually challenging and running.
Let's watch and see what Fenwick does as he comes out of the 4th turn to finish lap number 119, midway through the 56th minute of the first hour of this World Championship race. No one has had a big lead in this race, and by big lead, I mean more than one turn. We have sometimes in one of these races, you'll see somebody get as much as a quarter lap ahead. No such luck here. Trouble out of the 4th turn. Number 31 of Bobby Whitaker has gotten hit. Whitaker got nailed by the number 14 of Wayne Newkirk, the 25th alternate. Those cars tightly tied together coming out of the 2nd corner. They can't move. Now they get disengaged as Whitaker forces his car to run backwards, tries to pull forwards. No room because of the traffic there as Whitaker tries to get out of the way just as the leaders approach them, and Whitaker pulls away with the entire right side of his car caved in after the collision with Newkirk's number 14. And as Dukirk and Whitaker come through the intersection, here comes Bear in the opposite direction, a half lap ahead of Eddie Van Meter now. Van Meter has been dropping back all of a sudden. I'm not sure what happened to Eddie after he'd been up there racing for that lead group. You see anything I did in Jim Fox that would cause Van Meter to drop back?
And he got bad position at the crossover and had to slow down again.
Now here's the number 75 of Scott Martin and 27 Deal and 44 Bussy get back together. Deal was involved in one of the first crashes tonight. Remember, there's the 27 of Deal. Remember how we saw Deal get nailed and tear off the entire right front? We thought Deal was done. Here he is, the better part of an hour later, but he's up and racing.
Yes, I said that his car was comparable. It's amazing what they can do. I noticed Leonard Basham is back out as well. We saw him in a crossover crash with the 2-9 cars and the third car, and they had to be record off, but Leonard is back out and running.
So for the others that are still out there and running, let's take a look at how they're going. The 94 of Bear has the biggest lead of the night at the Indianapolis Speedrome, and that lead is the first one that is so big that we need the stopwatch to measure it. Over Jack Dawsey Jr., it is 4 seconds. That is a massive lead, Jim Fox, by the standards of this World Championship of Figure 8 racing. It's a huge advantage that he has.
The way this pace has been going tonight, that is a massive lead, hard to make back up. Jack's got some open track in front of him, and Fred Bear's in traffic, so it is feasible that Jack could make up this distance pretty quickly.
But it is a big lead, 4.7 seconds on my stopwatch between first and second place. That is the only really big lead we've seen where somebody is completely out of contact with the second place driver. As we see Basham bouncing off of the Mike Haskett car. Second place, the 1D of Dawsey. Third place, 24 Fenwick. Fourth place is Dwayne Lee in the number 15. Whereas fifth place, you have to go almost a lap back to the number 23 of Van Meter. All call in fifth place, and Van Meter is fairly close to going a lap down after he was running in the lead. That's the fate of the World Championship. In the lead 1 minute, a few minutes later, you're almost 1 lap down.
Yes, Fred is right on his bumper, ready to put him a lap down, and probably will at the next flag stand. He's going to make a pass.
Now, as we are 1 minute short of the first hour of the World Championship of Figure 8 racing being completed, 94 Bear continues to hold on to that big advantage as we are going to be at about 132 to 134 laps completed in this first hour of the World Championship Figure 8 race here at the Indianapolis Speedrome. Bear has put Van Meter 1 lap down at 59 minutes and 20 seconds elapsed as he comes into turn number 3 and 4. Gap between first and second place, 5 1/2 seconds.
Fred just keeps making good moves, keeps getting better bite. His car seems to be running better all the time. If he can just keep it together and get through the crossover, we may have a new leader and a new winner this year.
And Fred Bear Jr. has won in the World has won an America's Figure 8 Challenge and won a Speedrome Pro Stock Figure 8 earlier this season. He has never won the World Championship. He sometimes has had trouble doing as well as having the car running at the end of the World Championship. But now, 1/3 of the way through the race, 7.9 seconds ahead.
He keeps stretching his lead out. Jack is kind of nestled into a position and not been advancing like he was. I don't know whether it's tires or strategy or just exactly what it is, but Jack seems to be slowing down some, and Fred just keeps getting going faster.
And by my reckoning, we are down to 4 cars running on the lead lap. The 94 Bear has the lead. The number 1D of Jack Dawsey Jr. runs in second place. Third place, the number 24 Fenwick. And fourth place to the number 15 of Dwayne Lee. Reverse that now. Lead to third, bouncing over marker tires ahead of the number 24 Fenwick. Now behind those drivers in fifth place, you've got the number 23 of Eddie Van Meter, who is running 1 lap down. In sixth place, unofficially, you would have the number 7 of Bill Tenney Jr. Well, Tenney had been running in sixth place, but he is some distance back, so you'd have the number 21 of Dalvin, number 33 of Doug Gregg, the number 1 of Mike St. John, the number 5 of Robert Amos, the 44 B of David Bussey, Jerry Brown, and his number 44. Trouble as Dwayne Lee in a collision with the number 61 of Dale Canals. Lee keeps on going. It looks like he broke the left front corner of that car. You can see Lee is in trouble, and 3 cars crash out of the fourth turn. The number 34 of Jack Smith the 02 car of Kennedy, and they were involved in the collision that may or may not have included the number 56 of Mike Nelson. So one of our lead lap cars, just when you turn your head to check the standings, there goes the defending world figure 8 champion into the pits for a tire change or a front suspension repair, just that fast.
Yes, it looked like he broke some tie rods when he tied up with that car, but that's fixable, and he will be back out.
But it's going to take some time now. One thing that we can talk about as we go through this maelstrom trouble is the number 21 of Dalton brought him into spin with the number 44 being Bussy over in turn number 1. Dalton spins his car into the infield. He will get restarted, but he has lost some ground and is passed by his team car, the number 23 of Van Meter. One thing to talk about eventually, they've got to make pit stops in this race. Nobody has enough fuel in one of these cars, even with the biggest tanks that they can run, to run a full 3 hours, which is almost 100 miles in one of these machines.
Strategy being what it is, no more yellow flags than we're having, it will become a factor, because if you have to pit to get gas on a green flag, that consumes a lot of time, and you can actually go down a lap or two just getting fuel.
The 94 Bear hesitates as he comes through the intersection, running in the lead as he works the 142nd lap of this race. Now to second place is the number 24 of Rich Fenwick, taking the number 1 of Dawsey for second, 9.9 seconds ahead. That's all changed in the last 3 minutes. Bear has picked up an additional 2 seconds in 3 minutes worth of racing.
He's about a half a lap now ahead of second and third place, and just going faster.
And second and third place are beating each other all over the racetrack as if it's a trophy match. We watched the number 24 of Rich Fenwick throwing his car over marker tires in an attempt to stay ahead of Dawsey, as we are now rapidly running out of cars on the lead lap. This is much of the same scenario that we saw last year in the World Championship, where the leader at that time was Bill Tunney Jr. Second place was Dwayne Lee. Third place was Dawsey. And now there's Bear slowing down, hitting his team car of Danny Turner, then pulling right in Fenwick's path as they come through the intersection. That almost took out the leader in a frightening ball. Big crossover crash as the number 14 car failed the number 28 of Ronnie Rigdon. Rigdon limps to the exit from the pit. The number 14 car, being driven by Wayne Newkirk, is out, as well as Rigdon, and we come to yellow. Rigdon has crashed that car each of the last 3 figure 8 races in which he has run. And he's crashed to the point they've had to weld new bumpers on it every time. Well, it doesn't bother the number 14 of Newkirk too much. He drives off. Rigdon's car is busted up to the point he can't go. And there is a pit stop for the number 23 of Eddie Van Meter. He couldn't wait any longer. Something's wrong with that car. He decided to make the stop. Interesting point, Jim Fox. There goes Fred Bear's 10-second lead, wiped out by the yellow.
Yes, it is, and that's unfortunate. Fred had a good lead going, and now second place is right on his bumper, and his team car is right next to that. So it'll be a dash for at the green flag. We'll see Rich Fenwick make a run at Fred, and I don't think he can catch him. I believe Fred's got more car.
Now notice that Bear, in the incident just before that crossover crash, brought out the caution, bumped into Danny Turner's machine. Bear and Turner came to an agreement where Bear put Turner in Bear's second car, and the team cars came this close, within an eyelash of taking each other out of the intersection.
They were side by side, and Danny was already stopped at the crossover, and that blinded Fred, and that's why I believe he stopped. He couldn't see around Danny, and it's always better to slow down and take a look, because if there's a blind car you can't see, that's the one that'll take you out. I see Tunney and number 7 coming back out the gate. He's back together, evidently.
Remember that our friend Bill Tunney Jr. has been some distance back.
Tunney comes out and goes right back in. Eddie Van Meter comes back out. He's made it look like a tire change.
The fourth row on the outside of number 8.
Junior's car, they didn't get it fixed to his satisfaction, and he moves back into the pit to make another repair. So we get set for the restart this time by my reckoning, we have gone through about 26 of the alternates on the track. Let's make that 29 alternates as Jerry Lee Ward moves onto the track in the number 32. And here's the 30th alternate, Bruce Cooper, being put onto the track in the number 91. But the battle is up front as we are midway through the 7th minute of the 2nd hour of the World Championship Figure 8 race, with the number 94 of Fred Bear Jr. taking the lead, and the number 24 of Rich Fenwick in second place, as the leaders come between Kid Gibson and the number 96 car of Gary Rogers. And your third place car, Jack Dawsey Jr. in number 1, a better part of a quarter lap behind this lead group. And the lead group is starting to diminish. You see Mike St. John with the left side bodywork of his card shoot up again. If it's just bodywork, it doesn't count. Now, when he made the pit stop, the number 23 of Eddie Van Meter was 1 lap down. He still lost a couple of more laps. Remember, Van Meter made a stop just before that last caution came out. Also, the number 1 of Mike St. John on our reckoning is 6 laps down. Number 44, Bussey, is several more laps down, is 7 laps down, as we see the 21 of Townsend spinning in the same place he spun earlier in the first turn. And the number 5 of Robert Amos, he tore up his car earlier in the race. He is running 10 laps down, but still is running. We're midway through. Watch out. Bear slows to the intersection to avoid traffic. That puts Fenwick into the lead.
Bear slowed at the intersection to avoid hitting Jack Dawsey Jr. Third place car. The first place and third place cars are meeting bumper to the side at the crossover.
When you are exactly, precisely, absolutely 1/2 lap behind somebody, you hit them at the intersection.
Unfortunately, that happens more often than you like to think, but they'll get it worked out. With Fred's speed going, he's now advancing ahead of Jack at the crossover. I see Dwayne Lee has made it back out. Put his tie rod or whatever suspension deck together, and he's back out. I don't know how many laps down he is, but he is out and running.
And again, we don't see the Tunney car. Tunney had that car, it seemed like, for hours on Friday, the day before this race, up on Jack's stands. And notice, watch out at the intersection, the leader almost taken out by the Bruce Cooper, number 91. Bruce Cooper is driving what looks like it's an old Chevrolet Malibu or Buick or something like that. That looks like that car is 2 tons of iron. I wouldn't want to hit that.
Yes, that would be a tough hit. And we have Rich Fenwick has ruined his radiator. I see water coming out from under it.
And Fenwick backed into Jerry Brown and almost wrecked him.
This push start is one of those long-standing divisions.
He had the lead for about 6 minutes before, for about 5 minutes before he got crashed out.
The Indianapolis Speedrome was an honored guest here this evening. The days that he was driving, they didn't have a push start, they had a pull rope. They tied a rope to the car.
Fenwick will not run. It's time for the hook. You're familiar with the hook, Jim Fox. The hook has been a good friend of yours.
Yes, we have a congestion at the pit gate. Eddie Van Meter, trying to get off the track, caught the corner of the pit gate, and the other cars can't get in, so that's causing a little congestion. Jack Dawsey Jr. has come back out, and he's back in the pack. He's way at the tail end of the field as compared to Fred Baird.
And as a frustrated Rich Fenwick gets out of his car and looks at the steam and looks at the damage. Remember when he had 5 or 10 cars running on the lead lap? We are not even at the 1/2 mark of this race. And we are down to maybe 1 or 2 cars running on the lead lap. One of them Bear, the other one Dawsey. And Dawsey, for a moment there, I thought, yeah, he was trying to get into the pits. He got blocked by the wrecker. Dawsey was trying to make a pit stop. The wrecker back in front of Dawsey now pulls out of the way. Dawsey is the first of the lead pack to make what I think might be a scheduled pit stop. Now this is going to be interesting. Can Dawsey and the crew, in working with that 5-mile-an-hour speed limit, make the stop in enough time to stay on the same lap with Bear? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think he probably will go down a lap here. Wreckers are taking a little while to get the cars off, and the pack is going slow. But fuel or a tire or something like that could put Dawsey a lap down.
So what has happened to all of our lead contenders? Only Bear has managed to stay unscathed, and even he bumped his teammate Danny Turner at one point. we look at the cars on the racetrack as they pick up the number 28 of Ronnie Rigdon, who seems to be a magnet for destruction out here. Well, let's see now. The 21 of Doubt that has spun a couple of times has dropped back. Bear is still running strong. 87 Danny Turner has just been off the pace most of the time. Number 1 of Mike St. John broke the left front corner of the car back in. He smashed in the left side of the car, still running fairly strong. 15's Wayne Lee, 2 or 3 collisions, has dropped back. 33 Doug Gregg has been off the pace. 5 Robert Amos hit something and broke the left front corner, made a pit stop, has lost about 10 laps. Ronnie Klontz did not start the race, even though he was the starter. We have not seen him. Bruce Tunney, in a 3-car chain reaction crash, has not been seen since. Rich Fenwick crashed out of the lead. Eddie Deal crashed early, came back onto the track, and is still trying to make laps, although as I glance at the track, I don't see the number 27 of Deal right now. Leonard Basham will be coming back onto the racetrack shortly. He started in 9th place.
Jack Dawsey is at the pit gate, but he has gone down a lap. The field went by him while he was in the pits, so he is a lap down.
And this is our... And so Dawsey down 1 lap in the number 1, but Dawsey has come from a lap down to Brennan contention in the World Championship before. As we see it, this is our unofficial reckoning at this point. Leader, 94 of Bear. 2nd place, the number 1 of Dawsey. 3rd place will be the number 23 of Van Meter. 4th place, the number 33 of Doug Gregg. 5th place is the number 1 of St. John. 6th place, the number 5 of Amos. 7th place, the 6th place, the number 1 of Mike St. John. Then the 7th place, the number 5 of Amos. 8th place, the number 44 of Bussey. Only 2 drivers had been on the lead lap. Now, the Dawsey number 1 is a lap down, and nobody within 1 lap of the leader. When Bear has been running at his strongest. Oh, now trouble as the Danny Turner car gets tied up with the number 83 of Country Brown. They get gradually restarted. And there's the number 94 of Bear, sawing his way through the intersection. Now, Jim Fox, I have a question to ask for you. I'm sure that Bear realizes he's out by himself. And for one thing, there are some people that say that you're in the lead, you can relax. There are some people that say the worst thing a leader can do is relax.
Well, it depends a lot on the person. Fred's trying hard. He has not relaxed, I'll guarantee you. Jack, now being a lap down, may have been a strategy move of getting fuel. Fred has not stopped. Fred has not gotten fuel. He may have to go in on a green, and Jack will more than make up that lap down if Fred has to go in on green to get his fuel.
And Fred almost had to go into the pit area to rebuild the front end of his car. He almost plowed at full speed into Dan Wright's 0 at the intersection. Now Bear's got himself a problem where he's off sync for most of the field. That means that Bear's going to have to hunt for holes in the intersection like a running back hunting for holes in an offensive line in a football game. The only thing is, if you get tackled at a football game, they don't have to take... Oh, no, big crash, huge crash of the turn number 1. One of the biggest crashes ever in the World Championship. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cars in a crash in turn number 1. This is the biggest crash I have ever seen in the World Championship. An 11-car crash bringing out the yellow.
Now you'll see that every car that's still on this lap will go down as close as it can, and it will actually bump and try to go over the marker tire. If it hits that tire, the lap counts. If they go under that tire, the lap does not count. You saw Jack Dawsey hit the tire. Dwayne Lee hit the tire. Now you see Greg hit the tire. The slower cars you don't see hitting are actually going an additional lap down. Strategy move on the part of the drivers who want to stay on the lap. They had to hit that tire.
And we watch as the wreckers move out. I have never seen an 11-car crash in the World Championship before, Jim Fox.
I can't believe I've seen one either, Kevin, but as you see, there's only 3 still left there, so the rest of them got going. Some need probably repaired, but that completely blocked the track. But as I say, and I don't know whether you mentioned to the fans, but as long as the car comes in contact with that corner marker tire, the lap counts. If it would have gone under it, they would have actually lost a lap. So they
are going to waive that rule under this circumstance because there is no way they could go through that part of the course that's blocked. So in this particular case, Jim Fox, they are going to waive the marker tire rule and not enforce it. In fact, they're going to force everybody to go underneath the marker tire in this particular case. Your point was well taken on the lap before the track was officially blocked, and again, they're going to waive that rule in that case, but in that other circumstance, yep, they did have to dive down to the inside and go and hit that marker tire as everybody in that lead pack did.
That is correct, Kevin. The rule, the way it applies is unless a track official tells you to miss that tire, you do have to hit it. And now the track officials, for their safety, have diverted the race cars around that marker tire. So we're back under racing conditions without any penalties being applied. Fred still has not gone in to get gas. He's still running on his original tank. He has to be, thinking fuel, and here shortly he's going to have to go in and get some.
That is going to be one of the questions in this World Championship that, in fact, may remain unanswered until the very end. There's no way to tell how that's going to work out. Maybe Fred has himself a 200-gallon tank in there. Maybe he has one of those special cheater deals like you used to have in your late model deals where you hit the fuel every... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to talk about that, Jack. Jim, sorry.
No. We don't cheat. We just go faster.
So we won't tell stories out of school. Notice the cars that are running out there with bodywork sheared off, including Mike St. John, who he's got parts of that car torn up I didn't think you could have torn up. He's got most of the bodywork peeled away on the left side, and he's even got the roof caved in at one point. How do you do that?
You catch a piece of somebody else's car flying off is how that happens. That's why these cars run the bars right in front plus the windshield to keep flying parcels off of other people's cars from coming in.
We're still a couple of laps away from coming to the restart of this World Championship. So again, let's take a moment here, midway through the 20th minute of the second hour of this race, coming down to finish 170 laps, 169 laps, I stand corrected, to look at the way the field is running. Leader, as we see it, is the number 94 of Bears. Second place, the 1D of Dawsey. Third place will be the number 23 of Van Meter. And fourth place would be the number 33 of Doug Gregg. Fifth place, the one of St. John. Sixth place, the number 5 of Amos. Seventh place would be the number 44 B of Bussey. Eighth place, the number 21 of Douthit. Ninth place, the number 15 of Lee. 10th place, Jerry Brown in the number 44. Then 11th place would be the number 7 of Bill Tenney Jr. Maybe in 12th place should have the number 24 Fenwick, but we have not seen Fenwick since he was taken out in that grinding 4 or 5 car crash at the intersection. Amazing. Intersection has the reputation of being the dangerous place. We take out half the cars on the track in the first turn.
That was a major blockage of the racetrack racing surface. But I think we're about ready to go green here again, Kevin.
Yeah, one of the tricks about figure 8 racing is the crossover gets all of the attention, but that first turn is actually a surprisingly tight corner. It's more than 90 degrees, and sometimes everybody tries to get brave, like Bear hit the oil dry and almost crashed. That was a lot closer than I think even Bear wants to admit.
Yes, he was a little over anxious and threw caution to the wind there. He should have known that was going to be a little wet and a little slickery in that point.
So Bear pulls away after almost destroying his car up against the first turn wall. That wall has never moved in 20 years here at the Indianapolis Speedrome. Some guys have taken big hunks out of it. The wall does not move. Now we see the number 21 Douthit getting hit and spun out by Leonard Basham in turn number 3, blocking everybody else and slowing up one of the Foster cars. No, that's the number 88 car. Look at Ken Carpenter's 66A car. It's ripped up again going into the third turn, high-centered on the marker tire and not moving very well. Carpenter's car had a few straight body panels on it at the beginning of the night. Now Carpenter's 66A, the Michigan driver from Walled Lake, sits on top of the marker tire in the third turn as the caution comes out.
Caution comes out again. Fred Bear.
Oh no, Bear almost ran into Carpenter after the yellow came out. I don't know if Bear, I guess he managed just barely to get away from that one.
There was just barely contact there. I don't think there's any damage. I did see Mike St. John go back into the pits again. Mike's having considerable problems tonight.
And also going back to Ilkenhouse in the number 61. Yeah, here we are talking about leads and what it's like to be in front and trying to cut through traffic at the intersection. And Bear dodged 2 bullets in 2 minutes, both of his own making. He almost threw the car into the wall into the 3rd turn, and he almost tore his front end up against a wrecked car under caution.
That's, you know, what Fred's downfall has been to this point is those kind of moves. He lucked out both times and has managed to hold it together. He is putting on a good show tonight.
We have to talk about Fred Bear and his personality and his driving record. He's a really gregarious guy. He's a salesman in all senses of the word, and he's very confident about the way it does. That's a great salesman's personality, but to be an effective endurance figure 8 driver, there has to be something in the back of the head that says, what am I doing here? Get me out of this.
No, that's not exactly right. You remember for 25 years I was a salesman too before I retired. So there's a drive, competitive drive, both in a salesman and a race car driver. I do notice on this restart, Jack Dawsey has unlapped himself because as a result of Fred getting tied up in the collision of the 3rd turn, Jack Dawsey is now in front of Fred. If he can hold that, make up time, come around the field, he will be, but he is on the same lap with the leader now, I believe.
And that is a very important point. And that meant that that small confrontation between Bear and Carpenter turned out to be a lot more important than I think anybody realized at first. But now there's the number 94 Bear trying to put Dawsey again 1 lap down going into the 3rd turn. But here's an interesting fight. You've got the number 5 of Amos, the number 15 of Lee, and the 1 of Dawsey racing 3 abreast into the 1st turn, not on the same lap, and Bear underneath both of those. Will Bear do to Dawsey what has done to everybody else, which is just the power away from them? Yes, he did.
He did power around him. He's now put Jack down a lap again, although Jack is still in contention, and as we keep saying, Fred has not stopped for fuel, so that could play a real important factor here in just a few minutes.
And Dawsey stays on the racetrack as they start to charge and careen through the intersection all over the place. And now there's Bear trying to put the number 15 of Dwayne Lee another lap down, as Lee spent a lot of time in the pits making repairs. One of the few drivers that has not spent a long time fixing his car has been Bear. And Bear is up in front by now a lap. And watch out of the crossover, Mike St. John, and a big hit for the number 31 of Bobby Whitaker. St. John and Whitaker into it out of the intersection, and they stay under green because these cars are far enough out of the way.
Bobby Whitaker has lost the radiator, but he's pretty well together. Other than that, he'll have to go in. Mike, on the other hand, cannot get restarted.
And there's some water that is spilling on the racetrack, but for the time being, we are staying under green as we see Burkhead pulling off the track of the number 88, one of the late alternates who didn't get here until late. Now there's Bear and sees that Dawsey has gotten back around him and back on the lead lap. As we were watching Mike St. John sit over here on the racetrack out of the way, Dawsey has gotten on the back on the lead lap along with Bear. Now, here's where this is an important deal. Now, as we watch them split around the number 30 of Derek Decker, the yellow comes out for Mike St. John's car, which is wrecked over here at the side at the main stretch.
Now, Jack, this yellow flag will work in Jack Dawsey's favor. The strategy that they played a while ago is now unfolding for Jack Dawsey. He can come all the way around and be right back on Fred Beer's tail. Oh, Fred Beer is going into the pit. That fuel stop that we've been talking about, Fred has now chosen to do so.
So let's see if the strategy works out.
If Jack Dawsey gets back past the on-track pit gate before Fred Bear comes out, he will unlap himself and go back out onto the lead lap.
And as we watch the crew try to pull some bodywork off of the number 1 car of St. John, we'll notice that as a precaution, the ambulance is moving out to check out Mike St. John, who is still in the car. St. John is pulling away, but the car backed into the main stretch wall fairly hard, and for whatever reason, backing into the wall can be worse than hitting the wall head first.
Yes, you're prepared when you're going forward. Everything is built to go forward, or it's all your protection is forward. When it comes in backwards like that, that's your muscles, your tension, your eyesight, everything else is not prepared for a rear collision to the wall. Now Jack Dawsey has, I believe, gone back onto the lead lap, and if they're coming around, Fred Beer is caught at the pit gate. Dawsey is actually going to, I believe, put Fred Beer down a lap at this point.
And I believe your reckoning is correct. The stop sign comes out for the cars in the pit area just as the pace vehicle approaches the third turn. Big trouble is the number 96 of Gary Rogers going up in smoke. All of a sudden, don't know where that came from.
I believe it overheated going at slow space and then probably blew the cap off the radiator or something. Here comes Fred Bear out of the pit gate, but he is now 1-2. He is running second to Jack Dawsey.
What we're trying to do is to double check and find out if Dawsey and Bear are running on the same lap. In the meantime, we notice that the track workers continue to check out Mike St. John, as it looks like they may have to do some work on him. And our indication from the scorers, I believe, Jim Fox, is that Dawsey does have Bear a lap down. We're here at the halfway mark of the race.
Yes, for the first time, Fred's going to have to fight his way back a complete lap to catch up to Jack. And Jack's in a position to set the pace now, and Fred is not used to that configuration, so he's going to have to work harder. His nerves are going to be worse, and we'll see how it comes out.
Stopwatch shows the gap between first and second place, still 7 tenths of a second between the number 96 of Golf Louis, number 50 of Lewis, who has second. Third place, Maynard at 65. Fourth place, number 41 of Robot. Neither of those drivers able to make a inroad all the way.
And again, we're watching the circumstance on the racetrack as we check out Mike St. John. They have him off the car, and they're kind of checking his back. That's the sort of thing you expect when you get hit that hard again. The back takes the brunt.
We might notice at this point, Kevin, we are at the halfway mark of this race. We have just crossed the halfway mark. We happen to be under yellow at the time, but our current leader is Jack Dawsey Jr. back in the pack. Second place, as I believe, is Fred Bear, now just a lap down, and we'll try to get you a rundown here as quickly as possible on the cars after that because of the stop.
And again, Mike St. John finally is out of the car. He's obviously hurting, but he's still moving around, and that's in good shape. It's okay to, it's not necessarily okay, as Mike St. John is obviously feeling every bit of that impact, and he is talking to the guys on the gurney. He's not feeling good about what he's talking about, and he's obviously hurting quite a bit, but at least he's able to talk. When you're able to talk, at least that's an optimistic deal.
This long caution will allow a lot of the cars which were in the pits to get together and get back out, and so the cars in the 5th through the 10th position could radically change because of cars coming back together out of the pits.
So let's take a moment to now take a look at what we're going for as far as our cars running for position. Again, Jack Dawsey Jr. has the lead in the number 1D. Dawsey will be restarting here in the middle of the field. The number 1, number 94 of Fred Bear Jr. runs in second, a lap down. Now in third place is the number 33 of Doug Gregg. Fourth place, the number 5 of Robert Amos. Unofficially in fifth place, 44B of David Bussey. Sixth place, the number 24 of Rich Fenwick. Seventh place, the number 23 of Van Meter. Eighth place was the number 1 of Mike St. John before the crash. Ninth place, 21 Douthat. 10th place, the number 15 of Dwayne Lee. 11th place, 44 Jerry Brown. 12th place would be the number 9 of Leonard Basham. 13th place, 56 Nelson. 14th place, the number 31 of Whitaker. 15th place would have been the number 16 of Robbie Loving. Now Mike St. John in the ambulance being taken off the track, and the rest of the field getting set for the restart. And now we look at the next element of strategy, which is going to be the new fight between Dawsey and Bear. Now, before the stop, before this exchange of stops, Bear looked like he had a performance advantage over everybody else. Will Bear try to use that performance advantage? Could he push it too hard? Has Dawsey been holding something in reserve? What's going to happen?
I believe at this point Fred still has the mechanical and power advantage over Jack, but I believe the psychological advantage is going to play a factor on Fred versus Jack. You see Fred pulling up there trying to take a shot at, see where exactly Jack is. Jack being a more seasoned veteran driver, I imagine he is not as psychologically tense as Fred is at this point.
The restart comes with 1 hour, 33 minutes, and 26 seconds elapsed in the 1996 World Figure 8 Championship. The leaders in this case are not at the front of the field, they are at the back of the field. And did Bear get around Dawsey that fast on the restart? Bear just put himself on the lead lap and we came to green that fast?
Yes, he did. Jack got caught behind two cars that they missed the green. I mean, they missed the fall of the green, and Jack couldn't get out. Fred came out around the outside and got around him just that quickly. It wasn't anything that Jack did. It just got caught by two drivers that were in front of him who were asleep at the wheel.
And look at this. We were talking about performance advantage. Now, just on the couple of laps we have had since the restart, Bear in number 94 has pulled several lengths ahead of Dawsey, about a second or two ahead. Now, here's where Bear's going to earn his keep. They're racing 3 abreast ahead of him, coming through turn number 3 and 4. They come out of the fourth corner. Bear cuts between cars in 4 abreast traffic and keeps on going. He is driving with a sort of accuracy and finesse that I've never seen from him. That was tight driving. One mistake would have taken him out. He kept on going.
Yes, Fred Gregg exceptionally well. I'd like to note Doug Gregg, who, as you remember, we talked at the outset of this race, was off the pace, seemed to be down quite a bit, but his strategy of driving slow and being, you know, the tortoise and the hare principle, he is now in third position. He's together, his car's straight, he is still in the running.
An important yellow just came out. Derek Decker, the number 30, stalled close to the intersection. We come to caution with 1 hour and 35 minutes lapsed in the 3-hour race. Bear goes all the way around to the back of the pack.
That puts him on the lead lap on Jack Dawsey's tail. We'll see what... Now, Jack's going to have the jump at the start, but Fred's got the performance. He'll come hard out of the back of that pack.
But again, now, let me take one little look and see if there's a factor here. I wonder, is it tires? I think Dawsey's on Firestones. Is Bear on Goodyears?
I'm not sure. I believe Dawsey's on Goodyears, though.
I was wondering about that because we do have something of a tire war here in this World Championship. There are some guys that are running big Hoosier tires, some that are running big Goodyear tires, and so far I don't really think that I see a tire pattern here. I think it's more of a matter of battling between driver and skill, but Dawsey does get the big jump. Bear finds himself only 1 turn behind. 3 cars ahead. Bear ran smack into the back end of the 44 of Jerry Brown. We look for damage on Bear's car, none whatsoever. He just keeps on going. No dents, no runs, no errors. Bear trying to chase down Dawsey for the victory in the World Championship.
Fred's doing an excellent job, and he's got the car tonight. He is hooked up and going. Jack's got open track, so he's out and running, trying to
but Fred also has open traffic as we use the stopwatch to measure the gap between first and second place, finishing 197 laps. 3.2 seconds between first and second place. Going into the second turn of the 198th lap, the stopwatch shows that at 2.9 seconds, Bear is closing on Dawson for the lead.
Yeah, Dawson's in behind Foster's car, which is slower, and Fred's is wide open running, so Fred's coming after him.
2.1 seconds going into the first turn of lap number 199. And Bear gets closer and closer. Dawson almost runs into Rogers, forced down to the inside, runs over the marker tire, almost spins. Bear gets that much closer as we start the 200th lap, 1.2 seconds, and Bear runs into Amos. He hit him hard coming through turn number 2. And he gets caught in a big crash at the intersection. Bear has thrown it away. Bear flips off the track. He had a chance for the World Championship. He now pulls away after hitting the number 5 of Amos and then the 0 car.
We talked about that right at the outset of this last yellow flag. The psychological advantage of Fred when he was out in front versus when he's back in the back. He was trying, he overextended himself. Jack played it cool, drove hard. Fred was trying too hard to catch up and just made some serious mistakes.
And Bear was closing in. It had been 3.2 seconds, and it was down to 1.2 in 2 laps. Now, a car is staged to come back onto the racetrack. I don't think that's Bear's machine. It looks like the 87 of Danny Turner. Yet Turner will come back onto the racetrack. There's a lot of smoke. Foster putting down a lot of oil. This could be trouble. Foster, the number 41 car, has put down a lot of what looks like water or oil. And so far, there goes the number 21 of Dalton. He hits it. He almost spins. The number 16 of Rowie Loving hits the oil and almost spins. The number 44 Bussey hits the oil and almost spins. It looks more like water than anything else. Dalton hits it. Basham hits the oil and backs it into the third turn wall. But still no caution because the water that was laid down. And if Basham can get out of the way, we will stay under green as Leonard Basham in his third or fourth crash of the night pulls off the track. We still have not seen Bear come back after his incident, and it has been a couple of minutes since that happened as Foster in the number 41 tries to cut across the track. There's no place to go. Now the number 41 of Kevin Ford has crashed and has lost the wheel. We are coming down to yellow because Ford in the 11 lost the left rear wheel. That will be a bit of good news for Bear because it gives them a little more time to make the repairs.
I believe Jack's probably got him by 4 laps now. So
He
Fred
did
got back to that psychological advantage. Fred's going to have to really drive and drive smart and not make the same mistakes that put him in the position he is now in order for him to be in contention at the finish. Jack, I believe, probably got 10 laps over current second place.
We have still not seen Bear's car come back onto the racetrack. Now we'll watch closely. That might be Bear's car staged in behind the wrecker. Here comes the A&A wrecker to get the car back. And no, that's not Bear. That's Mike Haskett at number 55. Bear's car may have suffered more damage than it looked like at first. It's apparently not just a tire. Well, it's obviously a tire problem for the number 11 of Ford, but Ford's car sheared the entire rear hub assembly off at the stub axle coming out of the housing. It's all gone. The brake, everything, the hub is currently stuck, and there's Kevin Ford making a less than friendly gesture at the number 56 of Mike Nelson, as if he had something to do with that. You never did that during your career, did you, Jim?
No, as a matter of fact, I didn't. I kept my head, my cool. I figured racing is racing, and when stuff happens, you know, it happens. Somebody's gonna get into you. Very few guys want to tear up their car by running into you. So, you know, it's accident more often than not, even though it's maybe stupidity, but it's accident more often than not.
So here's the way they look as we come to the restart. Still no sign. The number 1D of Dawson, second place now. Doug Gregg at number 33. Unofficially, but Greg has made a pit stop. Third place to the number 94 Bear. Fourth place 5 Amos. Fifth place 44 B Bussy. Sixth place 15 Lee. Seventh place 21 Dalton. Eighth place 44 Brown. Ninth place 24 Fenwick. 10th place the number 23 of Van Meter. Here comes the number 33 of Greg back onto the pit stop. And he, however, is going to be some distance back as we watch to see if Dawsey can be the ultimate survivor, and still no sign of Bear.
If Dawsey can just keep his nose clean, this will be a good run for him. Hanging, lurking back there, though, always in contention is Dwayne Lee. He may be a few laps down, but his car's together. He's running hard. He's making up time. If he just keeps it together and Jack gets into trouble, you could see Dwayne back in the winner's circle again.
We have 1 hour and 17 minutes left to go in the World Figure 8 Championship for 1996. Pace car gets out of the way, draws Dawsey behind him. Dwayne Lee separated from Dawsey by 3-lap cars, trying to get close to Dawsey to start getting laps back. At the tail end of the field, the number 33 of Doug Gregg, and it looks as if Fred Bear has finally made repairs to his car. Bear will be allowed to come back onto the racetrack, but only when there is enough room, and it'll watch out as the Kennedy 02 car almost slides into the rest of the pack. Now here's Bear staging at the pit exit. He is now being unleashed and allowed to go back onto the racetrack. And Bear can pull back onto the track. He has lost, by my reckoning, 5 minutes. And he almost takes it out of the intersection right as soon as he comes back onto the crossover. Welcome to the World Championship of Figure 8 Racing.
We have a collision right in the middle of the backstretch. Out of the crossover. A couple of cars got tangled up coming out of the turn.
The number 55 of Haskett is stuck in the intersection. We stay under green for a moment as the drivers try to get around Haskett's number 55. Haskett, now the number 33 of Doug Gregg, is blocked by that traffic. Gregg is playing it smart as he tries to come through. And there's the spin out of the fourth turn with the number 34 of Jack Smith. Here we come. Somebody wanted cheese. We're 44 minutes into the second hour of the World Championship of Figure 8 Racing. 212 laps into this 3-hour Figure 8 endurance race. And the number 1D of Jack Dawsey Jr. continues to hold on to the lead. And the second place car is the number 33 of Doug Gregg. Third place is the number 44 of Jerry Brown, the Louisville driver who just goes out there and makes laps after laps after laps. Now a car is in trouble over in turn number 1. The number 44 of David Bussey, had been one of our top 10 cars, has stalled and is crawling out of the car while we'll steer under green. Now that takes either guts or something less of commodity on the upper part of the body. I've never seen anybody get out of a car while it's still on the racetrack during the green.
Safest place for him would have been in that race car. That was a foolish move on his part, getting between that car and the wall with this traffic going like it is. That was not a smart move on his part.
Well, he's out of the race, and they'll get the wrecker, they'll tow the car away. Unless the car was on fire, that would be... Now, the guys were over there with extinguishers as if there was a potential problem with that car. Now, if the car's on fire, it's justifiable to get out, but you're taking a huge risk.
You remember a couple years ago, my car caught on fire on the backstretch at the beginning of a start of a race. You're better off. You're in a fire suit. Wait till traffic stops, because if you jump out of that car, even though it may be on slow fire, and get run over, it hurts a whole, you can be hurt just as bad.
Well, if you get squashed between the car and the wall, the body is softer than the car and the wall. And Bussey drives away. He'll get it fixed. He'll come back, and he'll watch the tape of this race. He says, why are these guys saying that about me?
But I'd have stayed in the car. I didn't see enough fire, of course, I'm stupid, but I guess, but I didn't see enough fire for me to get out between that car and that wall, I'll tell you.
So as we get set for yet another restart, 46 minutes into the second hour of the World Championship of Figure 8 Racing, we can kind of sit back and find out what happened to our lead contenders. Fred Bear crashed. Jack Dawsey Jr., one pit stop still going. Ronnie Plantz never started. Doug Gregg running steady, but not with the leaders. Mike St. John crashed twice, called off in the ambulance. Bruce Tunney crashed. Rich Fenwick crashed. Eddie Deal crashed. Leonard Basham crashed. Rodney Sizemore has run fairly well, may have gotten into one melee. We have not seen him lately. Ray Lee still running strongly in a couple of bumps and bangs, still running out there, still plenty of time for him to move up. Eddie Van Meter and a spinner, too, still running. Charlie Reed didn't start. Bill Tenney Jr., the car broke. R.J. Norton crashed. Danny Turner still running steady, but has not been on the pace with the leaders. Kevin Ford crashed. Robert Amos crashed. Bobby Dalvin has spun several times, still going. Mike Nelson crashed. Ray Gaddis crashed. Bobby Whitaker crashed. Kenny Rackley still running strongly, still running out there, but as I look at the racetrack, he's not on the track right now. Something may have broken in the car. Jerry Brown still running fairly strongly. Jerry Whitten, a couple of spins and a crash. Ken Carpenter crashed. Jack Dandy crashed. Michael Kennedy, lots of spins. Do you see a pattern there?
Yeah, a lot of crashing. You got to stay together in this thing. You know, Jack Dawsey's doing an excellent job of staying together. Fred has now moved himself back up to third place.
But he's lost 5 minutes, which is about 12 or 15 laps.
Like I said earlier, if Jack can just keep it together, he's got enough laps for a cushion over Doug Gregg and Fred Bear that he could come home the winner if he can just keep his nose clean and keep that car running.
And as we watch Dawsey, he is negotiating the south part of the racetrack, working the 223rd lap of this race, midway through the 48th minute of the second hour, while the second place number 33 of Doug Gregg, a quarter lap behind Dawsey. Oh, Dawsey, the crossover! He got hit hard by 3 cars. And there are 2 more cars piling in. Basham crashing in there with the number 96 of Rogers, the 1 of Dawsey, the number 61 of Knaus, and the number 44 of Brown. 2 of our top 5 cars wrecked hard at the intersection. Dawsey is driving away. I don't believe it. I thought Dawsey was out of the race. He's still going. The entire right side bodywork is gone on Dawsey's car. It didn't slow him down.
I don't believe he even has a flat tire, Kevin. He is going on. That's very, very lucky break for him.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody involved in a thundering crossover crash like that and drive away as if nothing happened. I was certain that Dawsey was out of the race, finished for the night. He's still in the lead.
But you remember last year, Dwayne Lee, about this same point in time, was up on top of somebody's car in a crash in the crossover. Got down and continued on racing.
Dawsey keeps on rolling. He has lost no more than a lap or 2 to Doug Gregg. And he's lost all the bodywork on the right side. But I'm surprised that his car is still rolling. Now, if you're looking for the right side bodywork of Dawsey's car, it's wedged in the front bumper of Jerry Brown's number 44. You can see it hanging out there like fly open or something like that.
We'll see how the handling is affected by the crash on Jack's car. It looks like it's still together, other than the sheet metal damage. It caught him in a very, if you can be caught in a fortunate position in a collision, Jack seems to have been caught between the wheels. Tires are still up, bodies ruined, but bodies don't count.
As we have mentioned time and time again, that sheet metal on the right side of Dawsey's Souvenir may turn out to be something. That sheet metal on the right side of Dawsey's car may turn out to be a souvenir they'll hang over at Hart's Auto Parts over on Sherman Drive if he comes on to win the World Championship of Figure 8 racing. But look at the other cars that got involved in that one. It destroyed the front end of Gary Rogers' car. It totaled the front end of Dale Canals' machine, and it ripped up the front end of Jerry Brown's car, which still has Dawsey's right side bodywork wedged in the front end. Dawsey drove away like it was a fender bender in a parking lot.
They didn't even call the police. Now the traffic has to divert out through the front stretch here to get around the wreckers, but that puts Dwayne Lee in a good position, and also Fred Bear. I believe he's got his car back together, and the performance of Fred Bear's car versus the handling that Jack's going to have to deal with now because of his collision may make a difference in the way Fred unlaps himself.
Again, take a close look at the nose of the number 44 of Jerry Brown. Take a look at that pink metal. That was on Dawsey's car a couple of minutes ago. I mean, that's pretty blatant. I mean, it's just kind of hanging there, dragging on the racetrack. I wonder if Joe Simpson and his crew are going to go and ask for their sheet metal back from Brown.
I believe probably Brown will take it home as a souvenir.
And here comes Bill Tunney Jr. back onto the track. He has lost the better part of 1 hour trying to get the car fixed. Remember, he came on twice for 1 lap or a half lap. They are not giving up. Now, they're not looking at a situation where they're going to necessarily be running for the victory, but they're trying to pick up laps. And you know the Tunney family, going back to Jim and Bill Sr., that's determination.
They've always had, you know, I mean, they're brick masons, got to lay bricks out there in cold weather. They're a hardy breed all the way back through the family. So I'm sure we'll see him running at the checker flag, you know, counting up laps, and he will finish good in position because some of these other cars have been in and out of the pits as well.
Now, all of this reminds me of a race that you were in. Remember when you were racing in that World Championship and Kenny St. John had about the same thing happen to him? He had all the bodywork torn off one side of his car, went on and won?
Yes, unfortunately, I do remember that, Kevin. You don't have to rub it in. Kenny St. John is an excellent driver, my nemesis, and I wish him well.
Oh, yes, right. You lost the race to him. Sorry. 1 hour, 52 minutes, 40 seconds gone in this 3-hour World Championship Figure 8 race. They're out in front on the restart, looking to try to get a dozen or so laps back from Dawsey for a chance to win. Now, the interesting thing is going to be to watch how fast will Dawsey's car go on this restart. So far, he's running pretty well. He's running ahead of Danny Turner and the number 5 of Robert Amos. And, of course, he's not sticking with Bear, but Bear, when the car was right, was about a half second a lap faster than anybody else on the track under these racing circumstances, so that's no shame. There's Dawsey trying to squeeze underneath the number 27 of Deal. And again, Dawsey appears, either him or the car suffered any ill effects from the collision that took off the right side of the bodywork of that car.
Like we said earlier, Jack has to drive his race. He has to stay in this race, has to stay together. He doesn't have to pass Fred. He doesn't have to catch Fred. All he's got to do is not let Fred get around him again.
For a dozen times or so. Closing the 54th minute of the second hour of the World Championship of Figure 8 racing. And here's the way it looks as we watch Bear come to the intersection just ahead of the number 38 of Rackley. Dalton almost taking out Dawsey and Dwayne Lee, and Robert Amos getting between Kennedy and the number 95 of Kim Gibson. Just another lap of the World Championship of Figure 8 racing. 5 near calamities at the intersection, but that's what you've got to go through. With 1 hour 54 minutes and 10 seconds completed in this World Championship, we can glance at the standings. 1D Dawsey leads, 33 Gregg still running in second. Third place, the 44 being Bussy now. Fourth place, the 94 of Bear. Fifth place, the number 5 of Amos. Sixth place, the number 15 of Dwayne Lee. Seventh place, 21 Dalton. Eighth place, 44 Brown. Ninth place will now be the number 56 of Nelson, and 10th place, the number 24 Fenwick. We haven't seen Fenwick since he was involved in a crash that looked just as bad as Dawsey's car. Fenwick was out because it tore up the front end of his car. Dawsey took the hit to the right side and walks away scot-free.
If you could be hit, that's where you want to be hit. The passenger side between the tires, he couldn't have, if you were going to get hit, that was where to get it. He's very lucky in that regard.
Not that you're going to go ordering up wrecks in the World Championship of Figure 8 racing, but again, they're almost prepared for that. Another car has lost a wheel. The left rear has come off the number 66 of Curtis Murphy. In that case, the wheel pulled completely loose. The entire center section is gone. And again, the hub and everything else is sitting on the 66 car. He'll come down to yellow. They'll get the 66 car out of the way, put the toe on him, and try it again.
And Dwayne Lee, as we noticed, has just gone into the pits, and I think his tires were all up, so this may be the fuel stop for Dwayne Lee.
So Dwayne Lee making his fuel stop just about the 2/3 mark of the race at 1 hour, 55 minutes of the 3 hours of the World Championship of Figure 8 racing. Curtis Murphy gets his tire back and his wheel back. Now all we need is a wrecker, which is staged up, waiting for the rest of the field to go through. All of the alternates are now in the race, which means we've had about 70 drivers with a chance to run in the World Championship of Figure 8 racing, and it only seems like 60 of them have crashed.
They've crashed, and some of them have crashed and crashed and crashed, and they're still coming back. The one car I was really hoping to see, and I'm still holding hopes. like to see Jack Dandy come back out. He's traditionally amazing in the pits, and I said earlier I thought he'd be back, and I haven't seen him yet. But
it had something to do with the front bumper being pushed back into the pumps on the engine. Now, if you take out the radiator, it's one thing, but when you start picking the bumper out from the transmission casing, you're in trouble.
Yes, you are very true, Kevin. But I've seen them put that car together with bubble gum and gray tape, and it come back out. I'm still hoping. Got my still hopes up for seeing Jack Dandy back out here.
Another Michigander in trouble, Robbie Loving in the number 16. Looks like he stalled that car. I guess he was trying to get into the pits, and it stopped. And everybody else is kind of picking his way through there, being careful to run above the marker tire, as you so astutely noted a little earlier after that biggest crash in history, 11-car wreck over in the area of turn number 1. And we'll need somebody to push the Loving car off the track as Curtis Murphy climbs more or less back into his car and takes the long ride back, swaying gently to and fro behind the Loving A&A wrecker.
We're also getting the car off the backstretch, looks like now. So.
And that's Derek Decker's car, which has been involved in only 2 or 3 incidents so far after being the last alternate. Hey, some people got to entertain you. 1 hour, 57 minutes, 45 seconds elapsed, 237 laps completed in the World Championship of Figure 8 racing. Our scorers tell us that Fred Bear is running in second place. But again, we'll have to double check and try to get an indication of how far back he might be. I still think he's about a dozen laps off the pace.
That 14 car of Wayne Newkirk that was involved with the Mike St. John collision earlier, he's back out, so he got it back together.
And St. John is pretty much gone for the night after they hauled him off. He had some sort of side or back injury and was grimacing in pain when he was taken away. But other than that, Mike St. John was as good as you're going to be after backing into the wall at more or less full speed. Charging to the restart, we watch the patterns develop. This lead group on the restart includes cars that are a long distance off the race that had been racing the lead at one point. Now, here's where things could get interesting. You find you're going to be in a situation where guys like Bill Tunney Jr. and Fred Bear are going to go up and try and play with the leader, just thinking that they might force him into a mistake and get back in the lead?
That's the only advantage they're going to have, is if they put pressure on Jack and he makes a mistake, that will, better their position by, however many laps he's ahead of Fred Bear at this point. Jack, though, is a seasoned driver. I don't think he'll rattle that easy.
And Jack Dawsey Jr. has won a feature just about every type of car we have seen him race in the Indianapolis Speedrome, in America's Figure 8 Challenge, in the Pro Stock Division, in the USAC Modified Series that ran here a couple of years ago, even in the United States Auto Club Speedrome Midget Championship. Now, one car could be in trouble. The number 57 of Greg Sloan has stalled coming out of turn number 2. All of the drivers are going around Sloan coming out of that second corner in his black and white number 57. We're watching Sloan carefully to see if that machine is rolling. It is not now. It rolls ahead inch by inch and gets going again.
Yes, finally moving.
More or less, and heads right for the pit exit. Goodbye, Greg Sloan.
Fred is coming back down on Jack Dawsey's bumper again. Let's hope he doesn't start getting too excited and start making mistakes again and get hurt. But Jack's holding his own.
And Dawsey continues to run as strongly as we watch the Bussey car come across the intersection just as the leaders fly through. And we notice that Doug Gregg held up once again and waited for that lead pack to go through. Gregg more interested in survival than in full power. 1 hour left. We are at the 2/3 mark of the World Championship of Figure 8 Racing. 244 laps have been completed.
I noticed one of our early leaders is back out. Eddie Van Meter is back out on the track after numerous car repairs, evidently. He's going to try to log some more laps.
But the number of laps is, the intensity is there, but the sheer number of laps completed in this World Championship is actually a little less than we've seen in previous years. We were looking at what might have been a 400-lap pace earlier. Now they've kind of fallen off to the point that they're maybe going to get 350, 360 laps in this World Championship, and that's about the same pace that you were running back in 1977.
Yes, we were contending with weather, though, if you'll remember, ice and snow and sleet. So our pace was set by more the weather than it was the car.
At this point, we're looking at the smallest number of laps completed in the World Championships since Dawsey finished 354 back in 1993. More often than not, we've been looking at 400 laps run in this World Championship, a race in which is decided by the number of laps based on the clock. Dwayne Lee has crashed coming through the intersection, hooked together with the number 55 of Mike Haskett. This is a dangerous moment as the cars come through the intersection. They try to avoid Dwayne Lee. They split right and left. Lee backs out of the way, leaving Haskett behind. Haskett gets out of the way. We're still in one piece. You had to worry about those guys for a moment. As Haskett and Lee were caught at the intersection, Lee lost some laps. Haskett parks it at the north part of the infield. He'll kind of sit there and think about whether he wants to get back in the race or not.
You also might notice that Fred Beer has gotten around Jack Dawsey again, and Jack has to quit letting that happen. Every time Fred gets around
another
him,
car in trouble, another car in trouble. The number 14 of Wayne Newkirk stalled dead even at the intersection. Yellow comes out to save him.
and that will help. That will work for Fred again. Now he gets to make up a full track back on Jack Dawsey.
And this happens 2 hours, 2 minutes, and 20 seconds elapsed in the World Championship. Bear gets 1 lap. He's got to have that happen maybe another dozen times before he can get back into contention.
I would guess at this point Fred has probably made 3 at least of those laps back. And with breaks like this where Jack gets caught right behind the pace car and Fred's makes up a lap, Fred's making up some time, driving really extremely well tonight.
But as we get our scoring update, you can see how much of an advantage Dawsey has. Dawsey has the lead at 225 laps completed. We're at 250 now. Bear was 14 laps down in second. Amos in 5 was 18 laps down in third. In the number 21 Dalton, 23 laps back in fourth. Lee was 23 laps back in fifth. Dawsey has himself a massive advantage with 56 minutes and 45 seconds left to go in this contest. This is the sort of lead we have not seen in World Championships in recent years that have gone down to the wire.
Yes, they have. They've only been a lap or 2 laps. You know, a flat tire, a hiccup, or slow car, stop at the crossover could make a difference. This at 14 laps, that's a big hill to climb.
And to give you an idea of how much of that is an advantage, we're running roughly 20-second laps here at the Indianapolis Speedrome. Dawsey, if he has even a 13-lap advantage, is in a situation where he could almost stop with 4 minutes left to go and still have the race clinched. Now, there are a lot of circumstances that go, oh, no trouble as the 56 of Nelson runs over the number 34 of Jack Smith, almost flipped the car. Here the intersection keeps on going. Smith is not moving that well, however, as he has stalled the machine for a moment. Now he gradually crawls away. Not moving that well yet as Jack Smith in 34. He almost runs into Nelson again. He stalls. He gets going again.
He almost got airborne and landed on top of Eddie Van Meter as they came down through.
And Nelson comes through the intersection, this time eyeing warily the number 83 of Country Brown before he comes through the intersection. 2 hours and 4 minutes and 30 seconds elapsed in the World Figure 8 Championship. The number 2 of Jerry Whitten, the number 40 of Jimmy Foster, and the number 16 of Robbie Loving come onto the racetrack just as Jack Dawsey Jr. comes to the intersection ahead of the 44 of Bussey and the number 64 of Ryder and the 14 of Bob Foster, the old man, almost takes out the number 23 of Eddie Van Meter again, and the number 64 of Ryder spins out of the 4th turn, maybe with an assist from the 21 of Dalton. Another typical heart-stopping lap of the World Championship of Figure 8 racing where you never know where to watch.
Jack Dawsey is, at this point, starting to get tired, starting to think about where he is, thinking about how many laps he's got to go, keeping the car together, and that starts to play on you. Robert Amos has taken some awful dangerous chances I've seen at the crossover. He's trying to race, and he should be keeping his head together, and Fred's coming on as well.
The number 95 of Tim Gibson may have stalled. Gibson in the dark purple number 95 stalled coming out of the 2nd turn. The cars are trying to cut around Gibson, who's been lobbying for a yellow by waving for us, but we stay under green waiting to see if Gibson can get the car to moving. They split around Gibson in both directions. They miss her. The number 96 of Rogers almost runs into Gibson. We come down to yellow. Jim, this has happened what seems like a lot of times in the last couple of minutes here in the last hour of the World Championship. Time and time again, we've seen cars stall. What happened?
They've stalled. Pace car comes out. Fred did not get an advantage that time. He was on behind Dawsey. He had not got back around him, so he can't make up a full lap again as he did in the last caution. But he is in contention to go, if he can get around, he's got performance enough to get around Jack and unlap himself one more lap. He has probably 13 or so laps to do that. Jack has to keep his nose clean for another 54 minutes approximately.
And again, this says we see the 95 of Gibson pushed off. You do not need to be running at the end of the World Championship. So Dawsey has himself a big enough lead at 22nd laps. He might have a 3 or 4 minute cushion. I emphasize the word might.
Might. It's all it can take is a flat tire, something like that, a couple cautions, or a fuel stop if he has to. Jack has to keep his nose clean and not let Fred intimidate him.
And speaking of intimidation, first and second running nose to tail, 13 or 14 laps down. Bear 94 stalks Dawsey in the ripped up number 1, trying to hold on to a chance, an outside chance of winning this year's World Figure 8 Championship. Behind those drivers, the number 5 of Robert Amos had turned back in 3rd place, and there's in 4th place by my reckoning is the number 21 of Bobby Dalton. Our scores indicate the 5th place driver is the number 15 of Dwayne Lee. 32 Ward stops in the intersection, gets re-going. Here are cars fanning out around Ward, 3 abreast. And I'll tell you what, when those cars stop at the intersection and get gradually going, that certainly has to get your attention, especially when you see this big back end looming in your windshield as you hit the throttle out of turn number 2 or 4.
Yes, you do. When those slow cars, you don't know how fast they're coming, whether they'll change their mind. Always hate to see those cars stop there. You'd rather see them move on, make your judgment, make your call, make your cut. You don't know whether they're going to come out hard, come out slow, change their mind, and stop altogether.
But if you are that slow car and you see all this stuff coming at you in the windshield, in the rearview mirror, rather.
Well, like I said, if it's steady, you're better off to keep going because everybody's going to figure your momentum's up. You're going to go. They will account for it and make a cut. When you stop, you mess up the parade.
And the leaders of the parade, the number 1 of Dawsey and 94 Bear. Bear gets a lap back as Dawsey is squeezed over the marker tire by the number 40 of Jimmy Foster. Bear only has to do that about 13 or 14 more times to have a chance to win the race. And heavy traffic, big trouble as Deal runs all over Carpenter, blocking the number 39 car of Garrigus, and Deal in another wreck. Carpenter in another wreck. Deal in 27, Carpenter in A66. Both drivers gradually get restarted and will still roll. There's Carpenter coming down. Look at this. Carpenter's just been in a crash in the number 66, and he's trying to push Robbie Loving back to the pits. Do these Michigan guys stick together or what? I mean, here are 2 crashed cars all the way down from Michigan trying to get each other restarted so they can get back to the pits, fix the cars, and come out and crash them again.
They're known for that. They tend to put, like I say, I still have high hopes for Jack Dandy because these Michigan guys, they all work together. If one comes in, everybody's team gets together and they work hard on it to get it going.
In the meantime, as Deal is hung up, not able to come back into the pits, we watch as the number 94 Bear still runs ahead of the number 1 of Dawsey coming out of the second turn of Dawsey's 271st lap with 50 minutes left to go in this year's World Figure 8 Championship at the Indianapolis Speedrome. Bear runs in second place, 12, 13 laps down, and we still have a big pack of cars out fighting for position. Now, often you'll find yourself in a watch out trouble as the number 5 of Amos gets turned around by Kennedy in 0-2 over in turn number 2. Dawsey will see that trouble right in his windshield as he goes into the first turn. He will have to decide where to go, cut to the inside where Amos is pulling down. Now Kennedy gets restarted. We stay under green. Rule of this World Championship is that if you had a caution for every small incident like that, you'd spend 2 hours under caution as the 0-2 of Kennedy got speared by the 44 of Bussey. Now Kennedy may not be able to run. It looks as if Kennedy might have taken his steering wheel off and is saying, oops, I got hit. We come down to yellow. That was a more than minor incident because it happened over in the area of the crossover, and we'll go check Kennedy to find out how he's doing as Dawsey finally makes his pit stop.
Dossie's making a pit stop. Tires or fuel or checking the car over under yellow here. Strategy move on Jack Dossie's part, probably.
2 hours and 11 minutes elapsed after this crash, and Dossie makes a stop.
We've seen that 02 car in this same position several times tonight. He's been a nemesis for a lot of cars tonight.
We understand the number 26 of David Morris could be getting a black flag for a fuel leak. Well, that happens every now and then. You can see a couple of bits of bodywork dangling off. And there's Morris getting the black flag. Under the rules of this race, there's no that 3 laps to respond to the black flag. They pull your card as soon as you get the black, and you go back and talk to the official and say, "Sir, can I fix my car?"
Now, see, he did the no-no. He's wanting to get to the pits quickly, but he just lost a lap by cutting a tire.
Again, the rules of this race, of this racetrack, the ground rules, say you have to go above the corner marker tires, at least touch them, to be scored for a lap.
And every lap counts.
Especially when you consider that the difference between a position which could be decided by a lap could be a couple of $1,000. Speaking of thousands of bucks, there's Jack Dossie Jr., the number 1, spent no more than a lap or 2 in the pits. Bear is in the middle of the pack as we come to the restart. Dossie is right behind him. Bear may have picked up a couple of laps as we also see the 21 of Nowthen coming back onto the racetrack.
Because of the caution, I believe he only picked up 1 lap there, Kevin.
So let's say it's 12 laps unofficially by our unofficial reckoning. That means that Bear has 47 minutes to pick up 12 laps from Jack Dossie Jr.
And we have our Michigan driver back out in car number 66.
Yeah, Ken Carpenter, big trouble for Doug Gregg. I think he just blew the motor. Doug Gregg is showing a lot of smoke in the number 33. Out of the 4th corner, there's Doug Gregg, and he's putting fluid down from the smoke. Doug Gregg, I think, is done for the night. No doubt whatsoever, he's dumping oil on the track, and it is coming out of the exhaust pipe. When you have stuff coming out of the exhaust pipe and it's smoke, that means that the inside of the engine has holes in it. Big holes, little holes, lots of holes.
Hey, any hole in the inside of that engine like that, you're done for the night.
And now we might be wrong. It might be that Doug Gregg only has a oil leak or maybe a water leak, but Doug Gregg is definitely out of the event. In fact, it looks as if Doug Gregg, well, there's another car that's in trouble. Actually, that's the
02 car, I believe.
Of Kennedy that's stalled coming off the track, and they're going to have to pick up the wrecker and tow him away. And that'll block the pit exit, which means if somebody has to go off for a quick pit stop, that'll get everybody's attention over there. In the meantime, Dossie comes into turn number 1 of his 280th lap with 45 minutes and 50 seconds left to go in the World Figure 8 Championship. He finds himself still about 12 laps ahead of the number 94 of Bear. Now the number 66 of Carpenter is spun and is facing the wrong direction. How many times does that happen? Carpenter gets restarted out of turn number 2, pulls out of the way as one pack of cars come through. Here's the second pack of cars with Dossie in the middle of it. They'll go 3 wide around Carpenter. Carpenter will take Dossie high through turns number 3 and 4 of Dossie's 281st lap. I gotta ask one of those questions that I heard a lady ask me about figure 8 racing and these long races. You ever get dizzy out there going in circles?
No, sir. No, sir. You are concentrating so intently, if I can be a little gross, if you had to go to the bathroom, you don't even know it until the race is over. You are concentrating. It takes over every part of your body, counting cars and figuring out where you're going to be, accelerating, steering, concentrating so intently. No, you don't get dizzy.
Because when you're running 3 laps a minute and you're in a turn for about 2/3 of those laps and you're constantly going 2 and 3 abreast, keeping the car off the wall like this pack that sees Dossie. Oh, Dossie is in what they call scientifically a big mess because he's running 3 abreast and now he's got 10 cars ahead of him, including Dwayne Lee, number 23 of Van Meter, Robert Amos, Danny Turner, Bill Tenney Jr., and Dossie is heading into this pack, and I wonder if Dossie really wants to get there.
Dossie has to keep dipping those laps off. He cannot let Fred unlap himself anymore. He cannot afford that to lose any more cushion than he's got.
23 minutes and 55 seconds left in this year's World Figure 8 Championship. Jack Dawsey Jr. leading in the number one for most of the second half of this race, has himself a major advantage of about a dozen laps. In the number 94, Fred Bear runs in second. And we're getting ourselves a scoring update here in a second. The cars continue to careen around the track, including Dawsey, who makes his pass on the number 7 of Tunney. Tunney had his demise in a weird fashion. He just came off the track. Now we're seeing he's only 4 laps down. Now that is getting very interesting, because now we're told that Dawsey is 4 laps ahead of the number 4 of Fred Bear. Now, as we see the number 15 of Dwayne Lee in a quick spin at the north end of the racetrack gets going again. 14 laps is one thing, but our scores indicate it's a 4-lap disadvantage. Now 14 or a dozen is pretty much impossible, but 4 laps with 43 minutes left to go in this race. 4-lap disadvantage is very much doable.
It's very doable with Fred's car running the way it is and a hiccup on the part of Jack Dawsey. The lead could change. Fred's in there. He's in contention. He was making up the yellow cautions, really played into Fred Beer's hand. He made up several laps there, and then when Jack went in the pits a while ago, he made up a lap or two. The advantages have worked to Fred's today.
Now, to put this in perspective, the figure 8 course of the Indianapolis Speedrome is about 1/5 of a mile. The racetrack overall is the 1/5 of the mile on the oval. It's not quite a 1/4 mile on the figure 8 course. So for all intents and purposes, that is 1 mile, let's say, on a mile track, half or 2 laps on a half-mile track, 1 lap on a mile track. In other words, it's not that much in distance or in time. 4 laps is about a minute or so back, and 1 minute is a quick deal here in this World Championship. Oh no, the crossover. Bear and Danny Turner, the teammates, almost destroyed each other.
You know, 4 laps is not that much. That's 8 crossover patterns that you could pick up, make a mistake, and cost you dearly.
So the number 1 of Dawsey through the intersection just ahead of the number 5 of Amos, now ducking underneath the number 56 of Mike Nelson, who has crashed and been towed off the track and has fixed the car and has come back onto the racetrack. That's number 0 of Wright spins in turn number 1. He's crashed, had the car towed off the track, and has fixed it and come back to the racetrack. I've seen a lot of World Championship races, but I can't remember so many cases where guys have wrecked and broken and brought their cars back. Dawsey almost plowed into the number 15 of Dwayne Lee.
There's a lot of activity in the pits, Kevin, in this 3-hour race. Laps count. Every lap counts. So every time one of these cars crash, in a normal race, you got just from the green flag to the checkered flag, you know, and that's it. In this race, it goes by laps. So put that car back together if at all possible and come out and click off a couple more laps. Could mean a position, 2 positions, and a lot of money on payday.
And with $10,000 to win, biggest payday in the world of figure 8 racing, it is certainly worth your time to come back and get the car fixed. But, of course, the positions beyond first place always pay out a pretty good amount of money as well. But with $10,000 to win, biggest payday ever in the World Championship, here in its 20th rendition at Indianapolis Speedrome, a lot of effort goes into this contest. Now there's number 34 of Jack Smith trying to come off the track and hits the exit, trying to get it to go in the correct direction, going forwards, going backwards, going absolutely nowhere, and backs into traffic. Now pulls away. Smith broke the right front corner. Now he gets going and manages to keep from hitting anything else. And it's followed by Kenny Rackley, who didn't hit anything so far. 39 minutes and 45 seconds to go in the World Championship of Figure 8 Racing. The leader, Jack Dawsey Jr., finishing his 300th lap as the number 44 of David Bussey in an old Dawsey car bounces off the marker tire, almost hits the leader.
Fred got held up in some slow traffic and lost a little ground on that lap to Jack. Jack made back up some time on him, but Jack's got to keep running hard, fast, and smart.
So now that everybody has traded licks, it's the question, I guess, Jim Fox, of whether or not what appears to be the performance advantage that is held by Fred Bear despite the crashes is going to be enough in the next 38 minutes and 55 seconds to get back the 4 laps that he is behind Dawson.
I don't think it's going to be enough. Jack's good. You got to factor in one thing is fatigue. Fred's not been running this long into a race as a rule. Fatigue and mistakes start happening here toward the end. As you saw earlier, Jack and Dwayne Lee almost get together. I still think Jack's got a good shot here.
And again, the race goes to Dawsey for the time being. 38 minutes and 25 seconds left to go in the contest. Dawsey, with bodywork torn off earlier in the race, no suspension damage, continues to roll in front. The number 94 of Bear, by our reckoning, running in second, about 4 laps down. Third place, the number 5 of Amos. Fourth place, the number 15, Dwayne Lee. Fifth place, the 21 of Talbot. Sixth place, the number 44, B of Bussey. We're told the 7th place car, the number 33 of Doug Gregg, but Gregg appears to have blown the motor and is out of the race. 9th place, the number 56 of Mike Nelson. And your 10th place car, the number 44 of Jerry Brown. And Dawsey almost got hung by Jerry Whitten and Jerry Lee Ward, and Whitten collides with the number 75 of Scott Martin, knocking him out of the way. Martin drifts into the path of traffic coming through the intersection, almost takes out Bussey as Bussey almost hits the wall over in turn number 1. Scott Martin is lobbying for a yellow. That car will not run. He will get the caution he wants.
I believe that's a drive shaft out there, out of somebody's car. I think I assume that's his.
Yep, that's the drive shaft out of the 75 car. Well, did Bear get another lap back from Dawsey? I wonder. But notice that there's a huge amount of oil and or water at the south end of the racetrack. I don't know what car that came from.
Yes, here again, Fred Bear just took advantage of a yellow. He's coming all the way around and coming back up behind Dawsey again, so that should put him at the point of just coming off of 3 laps down.
With 36 minutes and 45 seconds left to go, with the leader working his 307th lap, with the drive shaft having been torn out of Scott Martin's car, and there are the Michigan guys giving each other a push as Carpenter pushes the number 16 of Robbie Loving out. I love this. These Michigan guys, they will race each other to the point of distraction and fury in the Michigan Figure 8 Championship, but you bring them down to the Indianapolis Speedrome, they're all buddies. They'll help each other regardless.
I think all race drivers, if the Indiana contention went up there for their race, I believe you'd see the Indiana guys helping each other. You know, you never can tell when you're out of town like that. You only have a few friends that came with you, and if they can help you the next time, maybe you can help them.
Pace car told to get out of the way will come to green on lap number 308. And with 35 minutes and 10 seconds left to go, it could be slippery in turn number 1. There are a lot of cars getting all sorts of sideways on whatever oil or water was put down. One of them, the Jimmy Foster number 40, spins in turn number 1 and drifts slowly down the track. Here comes Dawsey. Here comes Foster. Foster hits the brakes. Will come down to yellow for the spin by the number 40. Foster comes another 10 feet down the racetrack. Dawsey has no body work on the left side of the car. And let's see, Bear is on Dawsey's tail.
He's on Dawsey's tail, but he did not get around Dawsey, so he doesn't get to make up that additional lap. That one didn't work to his advantage.
And we will push the Foster car off the track. And in the meantime, we're going to do a quick cleanup job on the racetrack here to try and put some absorbent material down on the oil and water that was spilled. We'll do this really fast. There's Van Meter taking advantage of this caution to dive into the pit area and make a stop. I do not know from where that oil or water came. We're told it was coming out of Eddie Van Meter's car. Eddie Van Meter developed a big leak, and as a result, he has to make the pit stop and was pretty much ordered off the track. "34 minutes and 15 seconds left to go in the World Championship of Figure 8 racing.
Looks like Wayne Newkirk's car being pushed off again after another incident.
Oh, he sat down there for about 30 minutes before they finally had enough track crew free from the other wrecks to go and get him.
But I'll almost bet money we'll see him again.
Oh, he's only been in, what, 3 crashes so far?
I would say,
In every other crash, the other car has been towed away and Newkirk comes back?
yes, I believe that's true, Kevin.
What do they make those cars out of?
Well, the car that Martin was in here, that 34 or 75 Jerry Gordon car, that car has been around the Speedrome here for at least 10 years, I think.
It's more like 20.
And it just keeps coming back.
Now, those were back in the days. Now, you came up in the days when they were still running what they called the Super 6, when they made cars out of real race cars. In fact, yours, I understand, was made out of a real Pontiac that came off of a showroom or out of a junkyard someplace. It was made out of metal from one end to the other.
Yes, it was it was original frame, original floor pans, original sheet metal. It was a off-the-street car with a roll cage.
Some people called it a tank.
There were some lot heavier tanks. Happened to be Joe Simpson's car. I campaigned a 1965 GTO all that year, and that morning Joe decided to put me in the Firebird and rest the GTO, and we wound up winning it in Joe's Firebird.
But I've heard all the incredible stories about the real tanks of that era. Back when you were racing back in the 1960s and 1970s, there were still some 1950 cars that were still left that must have weighed 5,000 pounds.
Oh yes, there were some Chrysler Newports and Plymouth Fury 3s and things like that came out here, and they weighed a ton. Rodney Sizemore's father, Kenny Sizemore, put a lot of those cars out on the track. I remember at one time, I think he probably had 8 or 9, and they were big Impalas, big Chevys, big Buicks, big Chryslers.
By comparison, these Pro Stock cars, which are tube frame machines that do have Camaro front clips from some claims, they probably don't weigh more than, what, 2,500 pounds?
I'd say 2,300, 2,400 pounds. You know, compared to those cars that weighed 4,000 or 5,000 pounds, they were real. Fred just pulled off a hole shot on Jack Dawsey here. If he can hold it, he will unlap himself one more time. Now he's down to 3.
Actually, Dawsey almost lost control of the car coming out of the 4th turn, and Bear had the inside position on the dry part of the racetrack coming into turn number 1. So Bear gets a lap back as we now have 31 minutes and 15 seconds left to go. Dawsey hit the marker tire going into turn number 1. That is the worst sort of abuse you can throw at a race car here at the Speedrome. I don't think people realize how you can rip up a car by stomping over one of those marker tires.
It's really hard, and it messes up your line and everything else, but Jack is trying to find a hole to get back around Fred. He doesn't like the fact that Fred got back another one, and he's going to drive real hard to try to get it back.
Now, I've heard a theory on racing a car laps down near the end of the race. One says it's good, it holds your concentration. Another theory says you race them so hard, you forget everybody else is there and crash into them.
Well, the crossover will make a play. Let's see how it works. Fred gets bumped up against Jimmy Foster's car. Jack's on his tail. He's going to try to unlap himself again.
30 minutes and 20 seconds left to go in the World Championship. Most of whatever was dropped by Van Meter's car over in turn number 1 has been moved out of the way, but there's still some loose stuff in the 3rd groove where a lot of these cars use. Dawsey and Bear have run even since the restart. Dawsey tries to sweep to the inside of Bear. Almost hits him in turn number 2, backs off to keep from running over the marker tire does Dawsey. Bear pulls away by a couple of other lengths. Dawsey has stuck his nose up next to Bear several laps here, and Fred keeps shutting the door on Jack. And they're in traffic. They cut to one side of Deal. Dawsey tried to go to the outside of Deal going into the 3 turn. Decided to come down the inside. Yep. Watch out for Jerry Lee Ward at the intersection. Witten almost took him out. Now Witten will take Bear high in 1. Dawsey, I thought, might have cut to the inside, but he decides to fall in line as they cut through and almost hit Ward again coming to the intersection. Dawsey finishing his 321st lap, 29 minutes, 10 seconds to go in the World Championship.
I believe Jack's going to stay right there on his tail. If he gets a chance to pass him, he will, but he's going to pressure Fred, and Fred, the psychological aspect of it, he pressured Fred enough, Fred may make another mistake.
And they'll come up to the Foster number 40 out of the fourth turn of Dawsey's 322nd lap. Dawsey inside, move on Bear. Bear squeezes Dawsey against the marker tires. Dawsey backs down once again. They'll go 3 wide to the outside of Smith and the 26 of Morris in the third turn of Dawsey's 323rd lap with 28 minutes and 25 seconds left to go in the World Championship. Dawsey hits the loose stuff, almost gets to the wall. Bear streaks ahead by another couple of lengths as to watch for Lee in the intersection.
Jack doesn't want him to get out and get away from him. He wants to stay right on his tail. Slower packed traffic. Jack has to stay in it, stay on it.
And Dawsey almost got into the 23 of Van Meter. That was nearly a big wreck. Another car has spun out over in the fourth turn, showing some smoke. And there's Jerry Whitten. And number 94 Bear hit and wrecked the number 32 of Ward just as the yellow comes out. Bear hit another car and wrecked it. We look at Bear's front end, it looks clean. And he almost ran into Dwayne Lee in the intersection as Bear gets another lap back. That car that stalled and spun was the 95 of Gibson. Bear goes around to the back of the pack. Dawsey is picked up as the leader by the pace car. The pace car almost crashed into the intersection too. Rough race with 27 minutes and 35 seconds to go.
Fred just passed the pace car when it came out, and by doing so, he has unlapped another lap on himself. He pulls around on the back of Dawsey. He's only down 2 now, according to my calculation.
We'll have to double check with the scorers to find out what the lap disadvantage for Dawsey and Bear is as Dawsey holds on to the lead. And so what we're going to do is the Bear had been easing up through the field, but Bear is going to be placed at the tail end of the field on the restart. He kept on passing cars under yellow, and we watch as Bear is going to be put at the tail end of the field, but that's just a matter of reestablishing his position. Well, although we're have to double check and find out if Bear is going to be held there for one reason or another. We have to double check with the officials. I get the impression that the officials think that Bear has been getting too much of an advantage on these yellows, and he may be put back a lap or two.
Yes, well, he knowingly passed the pace car when it was sitting out there on the track. Jack slowed for the pace car. He should have slowed. He passed the pace car trying to unlap himself, and he's now being penalized that lap and put back where he was for passing the pace car.
And that is a same sort of thing that burned Scott Goodyear in the Indianapolis 500 in 1995. So it has happened before. Well, I don't know how to say this one, and I'm not even sure if I should. Here's a note that's been handed to me. I guess this is legitimate. Announced that someone with a horse trailer has their horse loose. Again, it says someone with a horse trailer has their horse loose. You ever seen that in a figure 8 race, Jim?
No, I don't believe so. I think it's parked outside the track and down the street, and the horse has got out of the trailer, folks.
Now I've seen everything.
I hate to see this horse come out on the track and try to be the pace car. I mean, that's not going to keep up the pace.
So as the number 94 Bear is penalized 1 lap for passing the pace car under that last caution period. Again, that's the same. Oh, no, more trouble over in turn number 1 as the number 84 Bussey hits the wall, taking out the 87 of Turner, the 83 of Brown. And the number 34 of Jack Smith is stalled at the north end of the racetrack. The number 4 of Dawsey holds on to the lead as we see the number 16 of Robbie Loving coming back. But there's the number 34 of Jack Smith on the outside not running as the 44 of Bussey comes into the pits with the number 34 of Smith not moving at all. 24 minutes, 12 seconds left to go in the World Championship. We come down to yellow again.
Now this time, because of the yellow and the positioning of the cars, Fred is actually going to make up a lap, I believe.
Well, he is going to make up about a half lap. He is still going to be separated by Dawsey by about 8 or 9 cars.
But that time makes the difference. He that close, he is back in striking distance. It works to his advantage again.
23 minutes, 40 seconds left to go in the World Championship. 332 laps completed this time by the leader, Jack Dawsey Jr. 332 laps, and at this rate, at 3 laps a minute, and about 12 minutes left to go. That's 36 laps. That's about 370 laps completed. That would be about the same number completed by Dwayne Lee in 1992. Again, the circumstance, this is going to be way off the pace as far as the last 2 World Championships. Dwayne Lee finished 431 in winning last year. Dawsey finished 403 in winning in 1994. Why are we seeing so many fewer laps, Jim?
I'm amazed at the pace, at the way it's going. We have a problem somewhere, and the race goes back to green. I don't know, crashes and...
We come back to green, and the lead belongs to the number 1 of Dawsey. We watch as Bear is trying to cut up through traffic as Dawsey runs in series just ahead on the number 5 of Amos with 12 minutes and 8 seconds left to go in the World Championship of Figure 8 Racing. Going into the first turn as Dawsey cuts underneath the Amos machine, and we come through turn number 2 and watch as we come back to the green flag. The number 94 Bear is continuing to get closer to Dawsey as Dawsey almost runs into Ken Carpenter in the intersection. He had to hesitate just enough to get everybody's attention. Dawsey has finished 335 laps, 12 minutes to go in the World Championship for 1996. And we watch as Dawsey continues to make the move. Bear about a quarter lap back, but getting his lap back is the number 44 of Jerry Brown in a more or less unforced spin coming out of turn number 4. He gets back underway here momentarily as Dawsey has been pulling away from Amy. But Bear this time has been having a lot more trouble catching up to Dawsey than it was the last time. Dawsey more or less clear of traffic and having a lot easier time cutting through traffic than we had the previous time. And so this time it's kind of a pitched battle between those 2 drivers as we're now starting to run out of laps. Only a handful of drivers who were starting this race are still running. There's been a lot more attrition than I remember in previous World Championships in Figure 8 racing. But again, we've had as many wrecks, if not more wrecks, big thundering multi-car wrecks than I can remember in any previous World Championship, Jim.
Yes, we have. We've had a lot of yellow flags. That, yellow flags hurt the spectators and hurt the field and take out numbers of cars. And I will have to compliment Jimmy Smith and the Jeep driver and the wrecker crews. They've done an excellent job of getting their part done, but it has taken a toll on the lap count. Every tick of the clock is working to Jack's advantage. Every tick of that clock takes away the advantage that Fred could have catching up on.
Let's take a look at the cars that started and where they're running right now. Bear started second, is running. Fred started first as we see a spin with Jimmy Foster and Jerry Whitten. They get out of each other's way. In fact, Foster came across the track just as Dawsey ran through. And good news for Dawsey once again. Out of the leader, out of the starters, who's still up? We still have Bear, we still have Dawsey, he's still running. We still have, there's almost a crash in the intersection, is right, and the number 26 of Morris ran into each other and kept on going.
You got Dwayne Lee, you got Robert Amos in the original starting field.
And Eddie Turner, who started the race, is still out there. Bill Teddy Jr. is still out there and running. And let's see now, Bobby Dalton, he is still running out there. Eddie Van Meter has been in for a big leak, and well, he actually had a big leak on the track that didn't quite sound correctly the way he did it. Mike Nelson's still out there. He crashed a couple of times. No, I don't see Nelson on the racetrack right now. Bobby Whitaker's gone. Kenny Rackley, who had been running steadily, is now off the track as Dawsey almost gets nailed by 6 cars in the intersection. We only have about 10 of the 28 starters left. We have more alternates than starters on the racetrack, and most of the alternates have fallen by the wayside as Jerry Brown and the batter number 44 comes back on with 9 minutes of left, figure eight racing left in this World Championship. Dulcie still running strong as ever as Fred Bear almost ran over the number 64 Reiner. That was where Bear's right front ran into Reiner's left rear body panel and almost could have cut down Bear's tire and eliminated his last mating chances of winning the World Championship.
Fred's starting to make those mistakes that he traditionally has where he's getting up against people, cutting tires, and calling it a little too close. He needs to settle down and start, concentrating on just lap after lap and be satisfied with, taking it to closing. Maybe Jack will make mistakes, as he just did. He got tied up with the 44 car again. Fred better get his head on straight here.
And Bear is the better part of a half lap back as 87 Danny Turner almost got smashed by a phalanx of 3 cars coming across the intersection. Dulcie slows down, cuts one side, almost runs into Ken Carpenter. That would have ended his race. Both races. Well, it might have ended Dulcie's race, would have ended Carpenter's race. Carpenter's been hit harder than that, kept on going. And now, 7 minutes and 45 seconds to go in the World Championship. Dulcie maintains his big advantage, but still he cannot back down as he runs with the number 15 of Dwayne Lee.
Yes, Kevin, 17 more minutes here approximately of this race. Jack just has to drive, keep his nose clean, stay on this lap. He could even let Fred come around him and make a mistake at this point. He cannot afford a mistake, though.
Fred Bear continues to run out there, watches at the number 26 of Morris to the intersection as 6 cars come to the intersection in 1/2 second. That's happened all evening. Dulcie comes across the finish lap number 351 with 7 minutes and 5 seconds left in the World Championship. By contrast, Bear comes out of turn number 4 about 1/2 lap in sync, out with the number 1D of Dulcie. At the crossover, then he slows down to keep from hitting Foster. Dulcie comes to the intersection ahead of Ward. Bear comes to the crossover ahead of Morris, Garrigus, Lee, and Amos.
Fred's caught up in some traffic now, and every tick of the clock, he's losing ground. Jack has to just hold on.
And at the
Fred
intersection,
Bear has to improve.
At the intersection, Garrigus and the number 21 of Dalton almost got together. So we are working with 6 minutes and 26 seconds left to go in this World Championship. Just over 6 minutes of time left. Rather, 16 minutes of time left. I got a little ahead of myself. I can't even read a clock anymore. But still, there is just barely enough time. I could read a clock before this race started. That shows you how it's fried my brain.
The excitement gets to you, Kevin. It's really, intense here in the last few minutes, keeping track of all these cars and what's going on. We won't fault you for that 10-minute error in your timing.
Yeah, I've made worse mistakes, some of them in print, but you don't know about that. Let's watch as we now have about 15 minutes and 40 seconds left to go in the World Championship of Figure 8 Racing. Bear still trying to get his inroads and has had no luck whatsoever. In fact, Dulcie has gotten a little further ahead of Bear, gradually pulling away.
I believe Fred is starting to settle down now, and he's willing to contend with either taking second or maybe Jack make a mistake. He's starting to settle down a little bit.
And we are down to only a handful of cars left in this World Championship as Dulcie, left side of his car looks great, right side of the car looks ugly, ducks underneath Nelson and several other cars, keeps on going. Dulcie all by himself with 14 minutes and 55 seconds left to go. Big traffic in the crossover, big chance by Dulcie. There were 6 cars heading him at full speed. Dulcie got through just barely ahead of them. Indication is it's 4 laps between first and second place. Our scorers tell us 4 laps, the advantage for Dulcie over the number 94 of Bear. And Bear is in no position right now to make up those laps. Dulcie is closer to making it a 5-lap gap than Bear is making it a 3-lap gap. Somebody's leaking a lot of water.
Oh, Jack Dulcie just made that mistake.
Intersection.
He got tapped. He ran into 0 and then turned around and got hit by Jimmy Foster in the tail end. He is restarted. Let's see if he can make it all together.
He's rolling again. The car, he got away with it a third time. That is Dawsey's second substantial crossover crash with 14 minutes left to go in the race, and Dawsey still rolls. But no, Dawsey, well, he cut through the intersection for an instant. I thought he was going to make a stop. He got hit that time, I think, mostly in the right rear. Now, here's the unusual circumstance. Our pace car, I think, ran out of gas. You know what they said, Jim, about the pace car leading so many laps? The pace car's been out there so many times, I think it ran out of gas. Now our Jeep is the pace car.
Yeah, that took the drivers by a little by surprise, I think, because they didn't count on the Jeep doing the pacing. Now we have Jack Dawsey and Fred Bear on the same lap and side by side. We'll see it. I'm sorry, not on the same lap. I'm sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, they're side by side.
They're
but
side by
all
side.
indications
Fred
are
will try to come back and get those 4 laps back.
3 laps between first and second place. If Bear makes the move out of the 4th turn, he's 2 laps down. And we won't know until they come to green whether Dawsey's car will work. Oh, he just ripped Bear on that restart. I mean, he nailed him to the tree.
He pulled a heck of a hole shot, Kevin.
I mean, that's the sort of thing you can win the U.S. Nationals with. I mean, Bear was left there waiting. He had a chance, but I think it's starting to go to the point where, yeah, Dawsey is walking away from Bear. The performance advantage that Bear had for the first 2.5 hours is now Dawsey's at the end game, even after a second crossover crash.
Fred just doesn't seem to, like I say, he's settled down. He's not driving quite as hard. I don't know whether fatigue or, strategy or what's playing into it, but Jack is driving away from him, which he has not been able to do all night.
And so Jack Dawsey Jr. with 12 minutes and 4 seconds to go in the World Championship of Figure 8 Racing has been walking away from Bear in number 94. Bear obviously, for one reason or another, no longer to hold on to the same pace as the leading one of Dawsey. Bear in 1 crash, Dawsey in 2. Now look, Dawsey slows down the intersection to avoid a whole bunch of cars. I mean, kind of glancing at Bear's car, trying to get a feeling of what might be wrong with it. And I'm noticing that Bear's really throwing the car hard to one side. I'm wondering if there's something wrong with the steering, because it looks like he's having most of his problems going into the turn number 1. Do you think it might be a toe? Oh, no, Dawsey almost smashed the number 95 of Kim Gibson. That lets Bear get close, but again, I get the impression that Bear is throwing that car sideways in turn number 1 because it won't turn that well.
I believe maybe more than anything, his tires have gone away. He's used the speed out of his tires that he had at the early outset, and at this point in time, he's just trying to hang on.
We've been mentioning the tire war situation. Dawsey and Bear will have to double check it. Oh no, Whitten spins in the intersection. Here comes the entire field, and Whitten head on, and he got hit by Dwayne Lee. And Dwayne Lee keeps on going. And Lee hits Whitten, and somehow everybody keeps rolling. I thought Lee was in trouble. Lee is in trouble. Lee has broken the front suspension. He is limping the car off the track as Dwayne Lee, last year's World Figure 8 champion, goes into the pit after another collision.
Yeah, broke a tie rod end, I believe, Kevin. That will hurt him. Now we have another car spun on the inside of turn number 1.
Which is Jerry Lee Ward, and Whitten's almost there, and he almost got nailed by our good friend at number 14. Hello, Wayne Newkirk. Haven't we seen you before? And there's Jerry Leward going the wrong way, almost taking out Morris and Deal, and now Whitten backs his car out of the way. 10 minutes to go. At this moment, mark it, 10 minutes to go in the World Figure 8 Championship. Now we've got the timing correct. We messed up earlier, but nothing else was new there. 2 hours, 50 minutes, 10 seconds elapsed. Dawsey continues to lead. Every indication is it's still 3 laps between first and second place, and Dawsey's made it 3.5 laps. Imagine the amount of determination that it takes for Dawsey to drive a car that's been crashed twice. Now, you think Dawsey inside the cockpit can't see the bodywork damage. Do you think he realizes how, oh no, 2 cars crash in the intersection, the Nelson and the 21 of Dalton ram each other. And let's see if they can get out of the way. We'll come down to yellow. The question, Jim Fox, can Dawsey tell how bad his car is hurt? Does he see, can he sense that the bodywork's been ripped up? Does he know the car's been damaged?
I don't believe he even cares, Kevin. I think at this point, as long as he's got 4 tires that have air and a motor that keeps going, I believe he doesn't care what the body looks like.
8 minutes, 55 seconds left in the World Championship. The number 56 of Nelson needs to be pushed off the track yet again. And there's a large piece of something or other off one of the cars. And it looks like a tie wrap of something.
Again, our track crew is doing an excellent job, and we'll probably wait to see if this car gets clear.
Okay, well, the pace car, I guess they put some gas in it. It is finally running again. We need to get Witten's number 2 out of the way. We'll do it the easy way. We just shove it off to one side. And Witten, with that shove, got restarted. He'll drive that car, minus the tie rod on the right front, off into the pits with the Garfield doll on it.
And we have Danny Turner coming, dangerous Danny Turner, back out on the track for the final of this race.
And 8 minutes left to go. That was as fast a cleaning job you'll find. We took 2 wrecked cars off the track in record time. 7 minutes, 50 seconds to go in the World Championship. Dawsey in the lead. Bear rolling ahead in second place. Rather, Bear 6 lengths behind, and now Bear caught behind the Gibson car, and to add insult to injury, there's Bill Tenney Jr., the 7th, blasting by Bear, not for position, but on the racetrack, and going on to try to get a lap of his own back from Dawson. 7 minutes. Go ahead.
At this point, I think Jack, he's thinking, okay, he can see that checkered flag. He's thinking the whole drive, just stay together. He's hearing all kinds of noises inside the car. His nerves are getting a little bit tense.
Among other things, as he comes through the intersection, still trying to survive. 7 minutes to go in the World Figure 8 Championship. Leader is the 1D of Dawsey. Second place, 94 Bear. Dawsey's running right ahead of the 3rd place, number 5 of Amos. 4th place, 15 Lee. 5th place, 21 Nelson. 6th place, the 44B of Bussey. 7th place, 56 Nelson. 8th place, 44 of Brown. 9th place, 87 Turner. 10th place, the number 2 of Whitten. So many starters that had proud plans to win the World Figure 8 Championship saw those car plans go up in ripped metal, broken axles, melted pistons, you name it. We've had it here at the Indianapolis Speedrome, but the cars have stayed right side up. Now,
Dwayne Lee back out.
Dwayne Lee back on the racetrack, and a group of cars includes his best friend, Wayne Newkirk. And Bear fell a quarter lap behind Dawsey and a couple of laps after the restart.
I believe probably Fred's tires have gone away. His performance and his handling, he's really sliding down here in the south end. I think his tires have lost all their speed. He still has the motor, and he's still driving very well, Fred.
But you'll notice he's running in the middle of the racetrack as he comes off turns number 1 and turns number 3. He used to be able to stick down to the bottom. Now he drifts half the way up the racetrack and at reduced speed. Now Dawsey has to watch out for the number 83 of Country Brown, as Bear is almost being overwhelmed. There's Dawsey going around Country Brown almost up to the wall, but that's just giving some length, some room around the 83 of Country Brown. 5 minutes, 15 seconds left to go in the World Championship of Figure 8 Racing. And again, we watch as only a handful of cars are left. So many have been torn up, and there's Whitten bouncing off Country Brown at the intersection, almost taking out Turner, Dalford, Lee, and Ward. 5 minutes left to go in the World Figure 8 Championship. Dawsey is getting close to the point where he'll be able to clinch it here with a minute or so to go. His 3rd World Championship in the last 4 years. Can he do it? As the number 7 of Bill Tenney Jr. had a close encounter at the intersection. Dawsey trying to make laps, trying to stay clean, trying to keep going without any more wrecks, any more collisions, any more crashes. He wants to win. the crew has prepared all year for this World Figure 8 Championship. They brought 2 cars to the Indianapolis Speedrome. They decided this one is the fastest. I guess they made the right decision. And it looks as if they planned everything for the very end of the race.
Jack appears to be caught up in some slow traffic. All he has to do is stay clean and not let them take him out.
And Dawsey watches as the 26 of David Morris is hit into a spin right as Dawsey comes on through. That's one of those heart-stopping moments for the leader with 3 minutes and 55 seconds. Now Dawsey in a crash out of turn number 4. Gets away from Ward in 32, and the number 7 of Bill Tunney Jr. Yet another crash for the driver trying for the World Championship. Now with the green staying out with 3 minutes and 40 seconds left to go in the championship. Dawsey's car is all but completely decimated. On the bodywork for the drivetrain, looks like it's still clean.
Jack has to start thinking. He's starting in traffic to make the mistakes, and you don't want to do that in the last 3 minutes of this race.
Again, Dawsey is getting perilously close to the point where he might clinch this championship. But as he comes to the intersection, watches for Bear. Dawsey is all ripped up on all sides of this car. Coming and for Breast Racing on the north end of the racetrack is Bill Tunney Jr. underneath 87 Turner, 0 right, and 32 Ward. And Ward almost got the 27 of Deal at the intersection. 2 minutes, 50 seconds to go in the World Figure 8 Championship. Close to the point where Dawsey can clinch it, but he can never be certain. And Dawsey with that car all ripped up, trying to roll to the end. Again, the rules of the World Championship say that you are not required to be running at the start or at the finish to win the World Championship. And at the crossover, the 27 of Deal almost splatters the number 87 of Turner. Here's Dawsey through the intersection, rolling through and almost getting hit by the Foster car with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left to go in this World Championship event. Now, Dawsey comes to the intersection, watches for Ward and the Newkirk and the number 95 of Gibson. They somehow keep on going. Jim Fox, Dawsey is near the point where he can hang it up and still win, but he cannot be certain. So he'll run as hard as he can with a car that has had almost every major body panel ripped asunder.
All he has to do at this point is drive, keep his nose clean. I've said that for the last hour, and that's what Jack has to do.
But he
it's
hasn't
not raced, it's not fly, it's not challenging that crossover. Just keep it together and run.
And he's crashed twice in the last 30 minutes.
Yes,
and he
he
keeps
has.
on going.
He's been very fortunate, hasn't cut a tire. Dwayne Lee was in that position last year on top of a car late in the race, but managed to succeed. Jack has to stay clean.
1 minute and 20 seconds left to go in the World Championship for 1996. That's about 5 or 6 laps for Dawsey. Again, he's getting close to the point where he's going to have it clinched, but he's got to keep on rolling. Can't stop, can't slow down, has to keep on going, fighting through traffic, looking for openings, watching for cars that seem like they're aimed at him at every time. 1 minute to go in the World Championship. Dawsey comes down to complete lap number 385 and comes through turn number 2, headed northbound through the intersection, watches for Gibson's car. Gibson in 95 has a flat tire, now crawls through the intersection, will try to complete the lap. Dawsey now with 35 seconds left to go in the World Championship. Only a couple of laps for Dawsey to run. Trying to clinch it against Fred Bear, coming out of turn number 2. Heading through the intersection, having to watch out for the number 7 of Bill Tunney Jr. 20 seconds left to go for Dawsey out of turn number 2. Going above the number 864 of Ryder, the number 39 of Garrigus. And we're getting close to the end game as Wright spins. Smoke from the Bussey car. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the 3 hours are left. Now watch for the checkered flag for Jack Dawsey Jr. as he comes across the stripe to win the World Championship of Figure 8 Racing for the 3rd time in the last 4 years at the Indianapolis Speedrome. And Jim Fox, I want to see the look on Dawsey's face when he brings that smoking car to a halt and sees all the damage on that bodywork.
It won't matter a bit, Kevin. He saw the checkered flag. At this point in time, that's all that counted.
Fred Bear Jr., the first to pull up alongside Dawsey to offer congratulations for his victory in the 1996 World Figure Eight Championship. 399 laps completed, I believe. So it looks like they did get close to 400 by our unofficial reckoning. Jim Fox as Jack Dawsey Jr. with his car all torn up goes up in a victory spin. He will be down here shortly to accept the winner's trophy and celebrate with a $10,000 payday. And Dawsey, like every other time he wins the World Championship, will go for the victory lap of the checkered flag. In a moment, we will open up the pits so all of you great racing fans can celebrate with Dawsey on his victory lap here at the Indianapolis Speedrome in a car that looks like it belongs more in a junkyard than at the World Figure Eight Championship machine. Dawsey's car is all torn up big time, but he comes out of the fourth corner of his World Championship victory number 3. Only 3 other drivers are in Dawsey's stature in the world of figure eight racing: Wayne Arnold, Mike St. John, and Kenny St. John. Al Stilley, there he is, world champion Jack Dawsey Jr.
3 times as sweet. We've got one happy winner down here. And in just a few minutes, we'll have Jim Fox presenting the trophy to surviving 2 crashes in the last 15 minutes. Jack Dawsey Jr., his 3rd World Championship in the last 4 years. Crash after crash after crash. His right side body panels tore up. Jack Dawsey Jr. takes a look at it. Everybody's happy. We've got one huge celebration going on. Jack Dawsey Jr., 3 times as sweet, $10,000, being congratulated by Joe Simpson, and this is deja vu for Jim Fox, who won the race 20 years ago under sponsorship in a car owned by Joe Simpson. I'm going to turn it over to Jim Fox for this very treasured moment.
Thank you, Al Stilley. I want to be the first to congratulate Jack on an excellent job. It was a fight from the start to the finish. He drove well and succeeded, survived 2 crossover collisions, which we thought might have damaged him, but he came through, survived. Jack, I'd like to present you with this year's trophy, and I also would like to acknowledge Joe Simpson, the car owner. 20 years ago, I was in this same position, and I want to thank Joe.
Jack Dawsey Jr., congratulations. I know you just took a real hard look at that right side body damage, crash after crash, 2 of them in the last 15 minutes. What a win.
Well, I tell you what, I just really couldn't believe it. My guys that kept changing tires, we burned up a set of tires about every 150 laps. Ed over at Troy Motors, he helped us out with a couple of tires. I'd like to take my hat off to Ed. He's a hell of a sponsor, and I'd like to thank my car owner, Joe Simpson, spending the money. Ron Thomasak building us a fast race car. They talked about my lightweight race cars. We've seen the damage that it's took. That tells you how strong Ron Thomasak builds them.
Well, you certainly took a licking and kept on kicking tonight. All kinds of crashes, a super win.
Well, I just like to thank Hart's Auto Parts, Joe's wife, Connie. She brought us out some stuff tonight. I'd like to thank her. Indy Towing, M&M Automotive. I tell you what, they built some of the best motors. I ran the shit out of it all night long. M&M Automotive, Chuck's Race Car Parts, Reliable Signs. She did us a real good job. Hart's Auto Center, Hart's Used Tires. Yeah, forget anybody. The crew. Take my hat. Harding and Sons Body Shop. And I'd just like to thank the guys. I tell you what, they've been working their butts off all day. I'd like to thank all the fans. and now I guess it's party time.
All right, 3 times as sweet as the sign says. Down here also, Jack Gossey Sr., get over here, man. This guy drove in the very first 3-hour race, and now your son has come home 3 times in the last 4 years, the big winner.
I think it's great. I really do.
All right, Jack Gossey Sr., one of the drivers that started this race in 1977. A father and son reunion and a big hug. Jack Gossey Jr., $10,000 for the win 3 times in the last 4 years. And this man keeps on racing and doesn't quit talking.
I hate to bug you again, but I just like to especially thank my wife and Vicki and Brenda and Angie for all their help and support in the pits.
Thank you, Jack Gossey Jr., one more time. These are like the crashes that you went through. You never get enough of them.
I've been forgetting one guy all season long. I'd like to take my hat off to Dave Reynolds for helping us out a whole bunch. Dave Reynolds.
Okay, now we can go party. Jack Gossey Jr., your 1996 World Champion 3-hour endurance race winner.
And never before have we seen a driver survive so many hard, thundering wrecks since the time that the legendary Kenny St. John went through a similar experience in his victory in the World Championship of Figure 8 Racing. A quick look at our unofficial rundown in the World Championship. This is unofficial. We'll double-check the standings and post the official standings a little later on this evening, but this is your unofficial rundown for the World Figure 8 Championship for 1996. Your winner, the number 1D of Jack Dawsey Jr., second place in 94, Fred Bear. Third place, the number 5, Robert Amos. Unofficially in fourth place, the number 15 of Dwayne Lee. Fifth place, the number 21 of Bobby Dalton. Sixth place in 44B, David Bussey. Seventh place, 56, Mike Nelson. Eighth place in 44, Jerry Brown. Ninth place, 87, Danny Turner. Unofficially in 10th place, the number 27 of Eddie Deal. 399 laps completed by Jack Dawsey Jr., say our scorers, in winning this World Figure 8 Championship. Coming back after it looked like we were going to have more like 380 laps completed, we finally got a whole bunch of green flag laps finished. Pits are now open. We invite you to go down and talk to Dawsey and all the other drivers that have made this such a wonderful and wild World Championship of Figure 8 Racing for 1996. This ends a Saturday night of competition at the Indianapolis Speedrome, but it does not end the 1996 Indianapolis Speedrome racing season. We will be back at this same racetrack next Saturday at 7:30 for the final fling, the race that will feature the special team championship figure 8 race in which Jack Dawsey Jr. and the other top finishers in the World Championship and in the Indianapolis Speedrome Pro Stock Championship will race in a team figure 8 next Saturday night. Then join us back at the Indianapolis Speedrome for a special and poignant night on September 20th, the Cecil Carr Memorial Night, which will be racing for the Cecil Carr Memorial Fund. No prize money, nobody gets paid to work on that Friday night, but everybody is going to be here out of love and respect for the late Cecil Carr to raise money for the racing fund that will be used to honor and assist racing drivers in the future here at the Indianapolis Speedrome. A wild night on September 21st will follow with the Cage Match Demolition Derby, the survival of the fittest that will see a demolition figure 8 race, a full power demolition derby with dozens and dozens of cars going for the championship, and stock and figure 8 racing for the stock class cars in the Indianapolis Speedrome. And then we'll come for the stock and pro stock banquets and the figure 8 challenge banquets of the Jonathan Bird's Cafeteria on November 23rd.
The rules of competition for the figure 8 qualifying races are different than the rules of competition that we saw for the USAC Eagle Midget and Legends Racing. In these figure 8 races, when you see the yellow come out, it does not mean to slow down and hold your formation. A yellow in one of these races means you can continue to race at full speed. You do not slow down and hold your formation under the yellow in this figure 8 racing tonight. Now, tomorrow night, as you play the yellow, does mean to slow down and hold your formation, but it's different for these races. Out of the fourth turn, green flag is displayed as we unleash the green cars fight for the lead. The number 83 of Country Brown takes the lead. Second place to the 95 of Rogers. Third place, number 28. Fourth place now will be the number 64 of Ryder, and fifth place is the battle between the number 31 of Whitaker and the number 11 of Ford. Ford, Ryder, and Whitaker, green line going for the last qualifying spot. Ford almost got knocked into the wall and losing several spots at this moment. The last qualifying spot is held by number 64 of Ryder, leader, number 83 of Brown. Second place, the number 96 of Rogers, the number 670 of Hall at the intersection. The crossover immediately becomes a dangerous place to be. Smoke coming to the number 66 of Murphy. He could be black flagged out of the race shortly. And Kevin Ford at number 11 continues to go backwards. Leader is the number 83 of Brown. Second place, the number 96 of Rogers. Third place, watch out of the crossover. Hall almost took out two cars. They keep on going. 83 Brown leads, 96 Rogers second, third place 31 Whitaker, fourth place the 56 of Nelson, fifth place the 9 of Amos. Last qualifying spot is an 8-car fight led by the number 26-28 of Ronnie Rigdon, who comes out of the fourth turn just barely ahead. Now he loses the last qualifying position to the number 69 of R.J. Norton. And change of lead as the 96 of Rogers moves around the number 83 of Brown, bringing with them the number 31 of Whitaker. Then you've got the number 5 of Amos at the crossover. The 96 of Rogers lucky to survive that confrontation that time. Rogers leads. Here's the battle as the number 5 of Amos bumping over the marker tire, racing hard with the number 31 of Whitaker as we come through the intersection on lap number 6. In trouble is the number 64 of Ryder, spun facing the wrong way. He is now trying to get restarted and almost runs into the wall for his trouble as the leaders put Ryder a lap down. The 5 of Amos now has the lead. Second place is the number 96 of Rogers. Third place, the 31 of Whitaker. And then you've got Whitaker and Rogers hit hard coming through 3 and 4. They nail each other. Coming out of the fourth turn, they're still running into each other as they finish this lap. Now, one car has been black flagged several times. We're not exactly sure which one it was. It might have been the number 66 car, but somebody is being black flagged. I understand the black flag's been going out to the number 31 car for several laps. But we'll continue to race anyway. The black flag, when the black flag comes out for a car, that means they stop scoring it. Now things are getting incredibly tight here as they go 4 wide into turn number 1. And they stay 3 wide all the way through turn number 2. That's the race for second place on back, which is currently 96 Rogers in second. Third place is the number 7 of Bill Finney Jr. Fourth place, 94 Bear. Fifth place, 56 Nelson. Sixth place is the number 69 of Norton. And seventh place is the number 10 of Bruce Penny. As the number 5 of Amos puts the 64 Ryder in the second lap down. The hot fight is for position number 2, and out in second place is the number 94 Bear. Bear has got past that entire pack to take over the second spot as the number 5 of Amos holds on to the lead. Bear running second in 94. Third place is the 7 of Penny, who comes to the intersection out of the 56 of Nelson, the 69 of Norton, and the 96 of Rogers battling for the last qualifying spot with the number 10 of Bruce Penny, as the leaders have to watch out for the number 83 of Country Brown. We're coming to the halfway mark of this race. 13 laps finish next time by. The number 5 of Amos has the lead. He's got 3 or 4 lap cars between himself as he overlaps the 95 of Gibson. Between the number 5 of Amos and the number 94 Bear. Now Amos is in heavy traffic. That will allow Bear to try to close in. Number 7 of Sonny in third. 69 Norton in fourth. Fifth place 56 of Nelson. Sixth place the number 10 of Bruce Penny. Seventh place 96 Rogers. Eighth place the 27 of Deal. Those cars slam each other in turn number 3 and 4 as Penny finds the gap between the Bussey and Ford cars. The 94 Bear slides through as you saw a piece of bodywork come flying off another car as they came to that second corner, but somehow they kept on going. Notice the 31 of, watch out, the crossover, the number 5 of Amos almost got nailed by the 96 of Rogers. Boy, it's going to be hazardous at the intersection during a figure 8 contest. And the 5 of Robert Amos is trying to put the national figure 8 champion, Mike St. John, one lap down. Amos has already taken a hit in this race. You can see he's got damage on the right rear of that car. It's already bent the bumper out a bit, but still Amos holds on to the advantage as they come through the second turn of the leader's 17th lap. 94 Bear in second, third place 7 Dunny, fourth place 69 Norton. Fifth place is the 56 of Nelson. Then you've got the number 10 of Bruce Denny, and the 27 of Deal was closing in to try to get a qualifying spot to the main event. And there's turning watch out in the intersection as the leader's almost engulfed the number 5 of Amos as they come to finish lap number 18. Here we come out of turn number 2, the 19th lap of this race. And there's the number 5 of Amos in what is now a hot fight with the number 94 Bear. Those drivers come out of the second corner and start to move into the third turn of lap number 19. Good fight for first place between the number 5 of Amos and the number 94 of Bear. Working in third place, a quarter lap back to number 7 of Bill Denny Jr. Then you've got 69 Norton in fourth. Fifth place is the number 27 of Deal, bounces off the 56 of Nelson, and now the number 10 of Bruce Tunney is in seventh place. He had a qualifying spot for the main event, has now dropped back. 5 laps left to go. And here's our things are starting to go in an unusual fashion. As Bruce Tunney dropping back rather than moving up, we figured that Tunney was a shoo-in for a qualifying spot for the main event. Instead, Tunney is nearly 1 lap down to the rampaging number 5 of Amos and the number 94 Bear, with 4 laps left to go this time by. Fight for the lead, coming out of turn number 2 of lap number 21. Bear versus Amos. They run dead even going into the third turn. Bear with inside position on Amos takes the lead out of the fourth turn of lap number 22. Amos back to second place as the leaders start to move into traffic. Third place, 7 Bill Tunney Jr. Fourth place, 69 of Norton. Fifth place, the number 27 of Deal. Sixth place, the number 56 of Nelson. And seventh place, last driver on the lead lap by my reckoning, the number 10 of Bruce Tunney. Tunney is in danger of putting himself in a position where he has to get into one of the qualifying positions. And notice that the national figure 8 champion, Mike St. John, and number 1 dropped out and on the halfway mark of this race. Mike St. John no longer a factor in this qualifying event. 1 lap to go. The number 94 Bear holding on to the lead ahead of the number 5 of Amos and stretching it out a couple of places. The crossover looks like it's going to be empty. Now we just figured out where that bodywork came from earlier. It was out of Tim Gibson's car. Coming out of turn number 4, here comes the number 94 Bear, watching at the intersection, getting ahead of the traffic. That blocked the number 5 of Amos, who finishes in second place. Third place, the narrow finish will be the number 7 of Tunney, ahead of the number 69 of Norton. Fifth place, as I see it, the 27 of Deal. And sixth place, the number 56 of Nelson, a length ahead of the seventh place, number 10 of Tunney. So the number 94 of Fred Bear in the closing laps comes home the winner of our first qualifying race to the main event. 94 Bear wins. 5 Amos second. 7 Bill Tunney Jr. third. 69 Norton fourth. 27 Deal is fifth. And sixth place, the number 56 of Nelson. Those 6 drivers will start in the World Championship of Figure 8 racing, and Al Stilley will be down to talk to them. There are what amounts to 2 two-car teams out here. You see the number 21 of Bobby Dalton and the 23 of Eddie Van Meter in identical cars built by Doug Gregg. And notice that Danny Turner is back underway in the second car that had been operating out of the Fred Bear stable that Dow Turner is operating. So these cars and drivers, which include some former World Figure 8 champions, are getting set to roll for the championship here out of the fourth turn as we come to the green flag. And the first advantage goes to Curtis McMurtry in number 9. As 4 abreast, as cars almost nail each other all over the first turn of the first lap of the race. It really got swirly there as we saw one machine almost hit the wall 3 times. The leader is Rackley in number 38 that comes back around McMurtry to lead lap number 1. And there's the number 39 car being driven by Donnie Garrigus III, who is running in second place. Around McMurtry's number 9. The fourth place is Catron, fifth place Dalton, and defending world champion Dwayne Lee already up to sixth place. Seventh place is Charlie Reed in the number 4. Eighth place, the number 23 of Van Meter. Ninth place is the Sloan 529. 10th place, the number 33 of Doug Gregg. 11th place, Danny Turner in 87. Turner did not take any qualifying time and had to start way in the back of the field. 4 cars get together, 5 cars crash out of turn number 4. 2 of them aren't moving, the number 12 of Oak and the number 52 of Lewis. They back away from each other, and there are cars that are stopped at the intersection waiting for traffic to come through, and the 38 Rackley clips the Oaks number 12. Somehow keeps on going as Lewis backs out of the way. He has taken himself out of the race after that spin. 38 Rackley leads. Derrick is in second and 39. Third place, 21 Dalton. Fourth place is the 9 of McMurtry. Then you've got racing for the last 12 cars crash at turn number 2. The number 9 of Charlie Reed taken to the wall by the number 72 of Catron, and Charlie Reed, former national figure 8 champion, stumped in the wall by Catron as they tried to go way to the outside in turn number 1 and 2, and Charlie Reed's car is not moving. This is the sort of situation that could lead to a red flag. We'll keep a watch on that as the number 38 of Rackley continues to run in front. And we come down to red. We come down to red for Charlie Reed's car being in the wall in turn number 1. As they come to green, and the first attack for the lead will come to the number 21 of Dalton, who comes out of turn number 2 in second place as the 33 Gregg gets spun around and drops to almost last place in turn number 2. 38 Rackley leads. There's 21 Dalton in second place, and Dwayne Lee in third place, the number 15. Fourth place is number 39 of Garrigan. Fifth place held by 23 Van Meter. Time qualifying spot now held by 87 Turner with the number 3 of Sizemore. The number 80 of Constantine attacks the 33 of Greg about a quarter lap back. We come to lap number 8 now starting. And the race is between 4 drivers for the lead. 38 Rackley has it. 21 Dalton once more with 15 lead. And the number 39 of Garrigan being the best performance ever out of that car. Again, last qualifying spot held by 87 Turner. He's in 6th. 5th place is 23 Van Meter. Turner looks to the inside to make the attack. Can't make the work go. Now the number 39 of Garrigan falls back in 4th place. 3 drivers in the fight for the lead with Rackley, second generation driver, number 38, still holding first place as they charge the intersection, looking for room and just barely finding it. 3 cars battling for the lead. You've got another 3 cars racing for the last 2 qualifying positions in the main event. Through the intersection, just barely missing the Morris car. The number 38 of Rackley holds on to first place. And here's the race for the lead in turn number 1 of lap number 11. 38 Rackley battles to hold back 21 Dalton and 15 lead. The faster the leaders go, the closer they get into trouble in the intersection. It's empty now. There goes Cole, but here come cars racing for the tail end of the lead lap. And for first place, they almost get tangled up in a massive battle. 38 Rackley takes advantage of that to get another 3 lanes for the number 15 of Lee. They almost get to the number 12 car while over the intersection. Last qualifying position held by the 23 of Van Meter behind these drivers. In 7th place, the number 3 of Rodney Sizemore. They're getting more and more intense all the way through this race. 38 Rackley, 15 lead, 21 Dalton, first 3 cars. Then Garrigan 39, 87 Turner, 23 Van Meter, last driver for the qualifying spot is Turner. He's to the inside, takes the position number 4 away from Garrigan, so they have to watch out for Oaks, Boston, a whole bunch of guys at the intersection. Now the race will be 38 of Rackley and the number 15 of Dwayne Lee. These drivers put on a great fight for the lead in the national championship figure 8 race over the Sportsdrome Speedway in Jeffersonville as they split around the 11th car of Andy Wright, and they hold on to their position. Now they have to watch this crossover lead empty for these leaders, but the drivers on back are going to have a lot of looking to find out how things are going. 10 laps to go this time by. 38 Rackley holds on to the lead away from the number 15 of Dwayne Lee as they charge into turn number 1 and 2 of lap number 16. And they almost get into the right car at the intersection. It was just as close as it looked. Third place, 21 Dalton, 87 Turner, who started almost last in this race, up to fourth. Fifth place, the number 23 Van Meter. Back to sixth place is Garrigus in the number 39, and seventh place, the number three of Rodney Sizemore. Garrigus and Lee still running hard first and second into the cart as they go into the third turn. They split the right car, low lead outside. The Rackley car gets the better run out of the fourth turn, despite the inside move by Lee. And Lee holds on to second place, attacking Rackley as they go into the second turn off lap number 18. The tremendous battle for the lead continues, as does the fight for the last qualifying spot, which by my reckoning is held by the number 39 of Garrigus, just ahead of the number 3 of Sizemore, and the number 80 of Ronnie Clunt. Race for the lead in turn number 2 of lap number 19. 38 Rackley, just ahead of 15 Lee. Watching for the intersection looks fairly clear. The third place now, 87 Turner. Fourth place is Dalton, 21. Fifth place, 23 Van Meter. Sixth place, the number 39 of Garrigus. Fight for the lead in turn number 2 of lap number 20. Two slower cars ahead of the leader. 26 of Morris, the number 71 of Frost. Lee wants to get Rackley caught behind those drivers and takes the wide line through 3 and 4. Rackley has to fight out of the box and does so deftly as he finds room in the intersection. Move inside Frost, hits Frost. That lets Lee come to the inside. Lee rams over the marker tire. Rackley stays with it as they stay dead even at the crossover. Going into the third turn of lap number 21. Rackley versus Lee, battling hard for position out of the fourth turn. They are dead even as they come to the stripe. Lee has a small advantage as they go into turn number 1. Here's Danny Turner making it a 3-car fight for the lead out of the second corner as they run 3 wide into the third turn. And Rackley bumps Danny Turner high and flips, and that lets Dwayne Lee hold on to the lead. Now we have 3 laps left to go. Dwayne Lee in first place, Danny Turner in second, back to third place is Rackley. Fourth place is Dalton. Fifth place is number 23 of Van Meter. Now up to sixth place is Sizemore. Back to seventh place is Garrigus. Eighth place is number 80 of Clunt. Top 3 drivers running nose to tail. Dwayne Lee almost wrecked the number 26 of Morris. Morris responds by getting out of the way. Almost. And now Dwayne Lee has to watch out for Morris as Danny Turner's on the attack with a lap and a half to go. Turner challenging the current world figure 8 champion. Out of turn number 4, the crossover, they hit the brakes hard. The keeper running into Garrigus as the white flag flies, and Turner flips to the inside of Dwayne Lee for first place. Through turns number 1 and 2 of the final contest. They come out of the second turn, watching out for the Doug Gregg car. Turner has one last chance to attack Dwayne Lee for the victory. Out of the fourth corner, they come out of fourth turn at full speed. It will be Lee beating Turner by a couple of lengths, by 1 length. In third place, 21 Dalton. Fourth place, 23 Van Meter. Fifth place, the last qualifying spot to go to the number 3 of Sizemore as the 38 of Rackley finished in third. Started this contest out of the fourth turn, looking as they are released by the pace car. First advantage going to Carpenter in number 66 as we storm into the first turn of the first lap of this race. Second place for an instant went to Kennedy in number 02. But we watch as the field comes 2 and 3 wide out of the fourth corner. And the second place now goes to Jack Dandy in 4. And Dandy goes up the racetrack in 3 abreast racing. And there's a collision that sees the number 2 car of Whitten bounce over the marker tire and fall back to 5th place. Carpenter out in front and pulling away in 66. The second place, Kennedy in 02. Third place is Dandy, 4J. And you've got the 0 car that got nailed in the back and spun. The 0 car got hit then and took out the number 9 and 14 cars. The 8 of Parker Lane got nailed and put into the wall by the number 14 car of Wayne Seeker after the number 0 car of Dan Wright got hit and spun. We'll get all these cars out of the way and we'll stay more or less. Now we'll come down to red for this incident. Pace car told to get out of everybody's way. Look at the number 9 of Leonard Van. Jumps to the back of the field to the front. Perfectly legal move. Van just jumps everybody on the start and begins to pull away. So Basham has first place. In second place, you have the number 88 car being driven by Winters. Fourth place is starting to get interesting, although we're starting to get some indications there may be some problems with the number 88 car. Now in second place is the car of winners, but it's our watch out hitting the wall in turn number 1. It's number 16 of Robbie Loving. Runner hits the wall and stops to the outside of turn number 1. And let's see if Loving can get going again after striking the concrete in the first corner. Leader is still back to the number 80 Vince, and the winner is number 80 could be one lap down. We understand he committed a marker tire violation. Number 9 in back does have the lead. Winters has finished off the lap down on a marker tire violation to bring out the red flag. That was Carpenter in second, Whitten in third, Brown in fourth, Andy in fifth, and sixth place will be the 02 of Kennedy. For the jump on the restart coming out of the fourth turn, let's see if Basham can get a better jump on this restart than he did on the last time, and he did a masterful job that last time. Basham coming to green flag up in front. Now the race for second place goes to number 2 of Whitney, third place to Brown, fourth place to Kennedy, as number 66 car of Carpenter got jumped on the restart, so from second place all the way back to fourth. As Basham comes to the intersection with a lead of about 4 lengths over the number 2 of Whitney. Whitney trying to stay with Basham, not able to do so. Now comes to third place. They've got Carpenter and the Kennedy 02 car, the last on the lead lap.
I've been involved with a number of distinguished drivers and a number of gentlemen who have made their claim to fame in stock car racing. I don't think there's a group that is as brave as the drivers who raced in the very first 3-hour figure 8 championship here at the Indianapolis Speedrome. These guys charted some new strange, challenging territory, as did the promoter of the race and everyone involved with the event. First race, as some of you will recall, was held in frigid, chilly, cold, snowy, sleet conditions. But these drivers met the challenge. They got their laps in, and they launched America's most challenging stock car race. Well, tonight, and there may be some that I've missed. If I have, I'm terribly sorry. Just let me know. We've had them register as guests of the Speedrome both last night and tonight. Let me introduce the drivers, and as I call your name, if you will, just stand here to my left, and we'll have a few words with some of you, and we'll acknowledge you as having raced in that famous event. First down from Michigan is Pat Haywood. Second is a driver who not only raced here at the Indianapolis Speedrome, but actually on many of the nation's best short tracks. Guy that keeps coming back up from Florida to visit. Gentleman driver by the name of Bob Coffey Sr. Bob, welcome back. Third, the guy that was part of the original Michigan bunch that came down here and has also laid claim to fame in the World Championship Figure 8. Father Robbie Loving, one of the drivers in tonight's races, Frank Loving Jr. From the Rackley family, we have the patriarchs of that racing family, Al Rackley and Dick Rackley. Come on out, guys. Also from Central Indiana, this guy's probably raced anything and everything with four wheels on it, including figure 8 cars, Bob Hayden. From Louisville, and he was the fastest qualifier in the inaugural race, Ron Hargesheimer. Ron, welcome back. One of the more famous names here at the Indianapolis Speedrome, certainly a driver who enjoyed every race he was in, Bob Cloud. Bob, welcome back. Also have with us one of the veterans of figure 8, Jack Dawsey Sr. Jack Dawsey Sr. Also, we have Joe Receiver. Joe also raced in that very, very first race. Joe, welcome back. It's been a while. We also have two drivers here tonight who raced in the very first race and who are racing tonight. 20 years later, we have the patriarch of the racing Foster family, Bob Foster Sr. Bob, good luck tonight. Thanks for being back with us. We also have up from the Louisville area, he also raced in the very first World Championship Figure 8 race. He's entered and will be racing tonight, Tom Winters. Tom. We also have among these drivers two champions of the World Figure 8 Championship. We have a driver who was part of a father-son team who drove in his first 3-hour championship in 1977 and later won this race, Bobby Ellett. And ladies and gentlemen, your inaugural winner of the 1977 World Championship Figure 8, ladies and gentlemen, Jim Fox. Jim, we'll have you step over here for a second, and I know that first race, everybody was in pretty much uncharted territory, and you came home the winner. That had to be quite a thrill.
Yes, it was, Al. It doesn't diminish anything from what the guys do today, but we had really adverse weather conditions, and we persevered.
You certainly did. I'm going to get one of your fellow drivers, Ron Hardensheimer. Ron, come up here, because this guy came up at one time. The figure eight racing at the old Louisville Fairgrounds Speedway was as good as it got in America. Ron came up with Andy Vertrees, and they were the two hot shots out of Louisville Fairgrounds Speedway. Ron wound up on the pole, and you also had quite a day.
Yeah, I got lost a fuel cell. But no, it's the first time I ever raced in the snow. It wasn't all that fun. And I noticed these drivers back there now are a lot smaller than we were, too.
Well, the cars have gotten, I think, sleeker and a little faster. But we're glad to have you back for this event, Ron. Congratulations. Okay, Ron Hardensheimer, one of the drivers that made figure eight racing famous at Louisville Fairgrounds Speedway. Bobby Ellett, one of the youngest guys out here. Bobby also raced in some uncharted territory. A young guy, groomed by his dad, who also built his cars and was crew chief for a number of years. You raced in the first race and then went on to the most treasured moment in your figure eight career by winning the 3 hour.
Yeah, it's changed a lot since then. I mean, the cars are a little bit faster now, but the preparation and stuff is pretty much the same. There's a lot of teamwork involved, and I think the guys on the crew and stuff deserve a lot of credit, because there's a whole lot of work and teamwork involved in this. So it takes more than just the driver to win this race.
Okay, well, it certainly does, and I'm sure the drivers tonight will be proving that also. These gentlemen in front of you, might as well get Larry Harris up here. Larry's done a lot of racing in his career. He's been around quite a number of distinguished drivers. Larry, right before you are some of the courageous, bravest drivers in the world.
You know, some of those guys, I've watched them all race before, and there was times that I wanted to be just like.
Tower, and then we'll come back for use in a
we will have the scorers meeting in 15 minutes. The scorers meeting will be held in 15 minutes on the platform outside of the scoring tower. We'll have the scorers meeting on the platform outside of the scoring tower in 15 minutes. Anniversary of oval racing here in the United States, 20th anniversary of figure eight
to the North Carolina area and sort of relive the past in the crowd area. They had not only left the family, but also the Indianapolis Speedrome family here. And this was the track in Indianapolis where Harold grew up on the east side. He raced here, also 16th Street Speedway, launched his career that became famous nationwide. Carabiner, we're glad to have you back, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the evening here. I appreciate you having me out here. This is an honor to be here. Dad appreciated it. Thank you folks that were there. I mean, that made all of it. And just all the guys, I mean, you can start here and maybe someday you can't climb the ladder and make it a NASCAR. Just keep trying. Okay, again, ladies and gentlemen, Harold Harringer Jr. representing the late NASCAR Grand National driver, Harold Harringer Sr. This time I'd like to bring Ray Gaddis out to the start-finish line. Well, this year I finally got off my dust and went back through all the records. We had some partial records being kept, and it came up with a total that was absolutely fascinating. We had two drivers in the 19-year history of the World Championship Figure 8 who have completed over 4,000 laps of competition in that very wild and very exciting event. When we started adding up all the laps completed, there was one man who came out at the top of the list. For years, the drivers from Michigan, Southern Indiana, and also the East Coast, some have come up from Florida, some as far away as Minnesota to compete in this great race. The Michigan drivers have steadfastly supported this event. They've come down each year. I'd like to also point out with pride that 3 of the top 7 drivers in total laps completed are from the state of Michigan. Quite a testimony to the Wolverine State and their support of figure 8 racing, not only in Michigan, not only here in this event, but throughout the nation and the Midwest. So, on behalf of the Indianapolis Speedrome, and on behalf of what has to be one of the most outstanding records in stock car racing history, I'd like to present you with this plaque, which reads, Ray Gaddis, 4,180
laps. All-time leader, total laps completed, 1977, 1995. And we have the official logo of the 20th anniversary World Championship Figure 8 presented on September 7, 1996. Ray Gaddis, your all-time laps completed leader in this event. Ray, congratulations to you, and also our heartfelt congratulations to all the teams and all the drivers from Michigan who have supported this race down through the years.
It's really been a pleasure. I got to thank all my family, my friends. That's good. Thank you.
All right, there he is. He does all his talking on the track. Ray Gaddis from Michigan, your all-time laps completed leader.
10 minutes before the scorers meeting, 10 minutes before the scorers meeting. We need the starting cars to the track. We need the 28 starting cars to the track for the World Championship. Again, we need to have those cars pushed onto the racetrack. We need the starting cars to the track for the World Championship. We need to have the cars pushed to the track. Again, we need to have the starting cars pushed to the track by the crews for the World Figure 8 Championship. And the Ray Gaddis crew will be starting 21st in this year's World Figure 8 Championship. Becky Bendler to the pass gate, paging Becky Bendler to the pass gate, please. Again, paging Becky Bendler to the pass gate. Becky Bendler to the pass gate, please.
I would like to just have this reminder to those drivers who raced in the inaugural race. Would like to have them at the front stretch at about 6:45 so that they can be part of the official driver introductions, which will begin at 7 o'clock. Just that word. There were a few of you that got away from me, so we just need to make sure that you can head back this way around quarter till.
We need all scorers to the scoring tower platform for the scorers meeting. We need all scorers to the scoring tower platform for the scorers meeting. One by one, the cars for the World Championship move on to the racetrack. They have earned their way into the starting lineup through performance in qualifying races and through the time trials that we have had. And you will see these drivers along with another 40 or so battling for the World Championship. As we get set for the scorers meeting, we need to remind everybody that you have just enough time to go down to the Jonathan Bird food tent to get a good, relaxing dinner before the race starts. We are 50 minutes away from the start of the World Championship of Figure 8 Racing. That's still plenty of time to go down and get the meal. They'll be serving food at the Jonathan Bird tent through 7:30, right up to the point that we go to the green flag for the World Championship. For $8, you can get a good, nutritious, filling meal down at the area outside of the pit office. You see the big blue and white tent over there. Walk down there. $8 will get you a great meal from Jonathan Bird's cafeteria. And Al Stilley and Larry Harris, I know that both of you, along with myself, have purchased and freeloaded off of Jonathan Bird in the past. And we want to tell you that when we see a Jonathan Bird tent there, we go there with our plates out and our money ready to pay.
Oh, we certainly had an enjoyable time this week in compliments of Jonathan Bird, and last night we acknowledged him as being one of the true backers and longtime backers of auto racing in the United States. So, Jonathan, our thanks to you for being a supporter of Indianapolis Speedrome racing for a number of years, and also motorsports throughout America and throughout the world. Again, gentlemen, you can bring your cars to the staging area. Bring your cars, those of you in the starting lineup, bring your cars to the staging area. And drivers, please be aware, at 7 o'clock we will begin the driver introductions. For about the next 8 or 9 minutes, we're going to turn the microphone over to Larry Harris, who has an interview with a special event coming up. And then we will break for silence at 6:45 for our scorers meeting, and we'll get them organized and come back at 7 o'clock.
If you're going to talk fast, and I know Larry Harris talks fast. And Larry, of course, is the best person to do an interview on a demolition derby, especially one in a cage, because Larry is the master of disaster in the world of racing. Scorers meeting will be at 6:45, which is 5 minutes from now.
Okay, again, let me introduce to my right a gentleman who has been here at the Indianapolis Speedrome and a true fan of figure 8 racing. And we're going to let you introduce another form of racing that's going to take place out here at the Indianapolis Speedrome.
Thank you, Al. First off, I'd like to tell everybody hi. I haven't seen you all year. Hello, and I'm glad to be back at the Speedrome. Coming up here in a short couple of weeks, we're going to have a demo derby. It's going to be unlike any demo derby you've ever seen here. With me is John Pryfogel, who's going to be promoting the demo derby. And I guess, John, what gets me the most when I look at the brochure about this demo derby, it says cage match. Are we talking about Baron von Raschke and Dick DeBruiser, or what?
Yes, we are, pretty much. This cage match is going to be all cars in one heat right here inside the fenced-in area. It's going to be last car running wins the whole event. It's unlike no other. This is going to be one of the only demolitions derbies you will see on an asphalt track. The rest are ran on dirt.
Okay, now this demo derby, is this for fun, or what does the winner get?
The winner gets $1,500.
Whoa, $1,500 for the demo derby? You guys hearing this? $1,500 for a demo derby cage match coming up in 2 weeks? What do you think, huh? Gonna be fun, I tell you what. Hey, also that night they're gonna have figure 8 cars racing. And you were telling me the demo cars race a figure 8 race, is that right?
Yes, it is. The demo cars will come out and run a figure 8, and when they're running the figure 8 demo cars, they really don't care about bumping into each other. They'll go out there and try to take each other out. You'll have them coming in backwards, forwards, sideways, any way that they can get around the track is the way they'll be running this race.
Okay, now, is this barred professionals can enter this, or what's the deal? You know, we got some pretty tough demo drivers around here.
It's open to anyone.
So anybody sitting up here in the stands tonight, if they want to go get a car, get the rules here in the pit office, they can put a car together and be in this demo derby and take home $1,500.
That's correct. You can go out. We have a lot of times the husbands go out and tell the wives they need to borrow their cars for the evening. They bring them out, they beat them up in the demo derby, and take them back the next day to them.
I'd like to enter my wife in that demo derby sometimes, I think, you know. Well, so let's see. We got figure 8 racing, regular figure 8 racing. We got demo derby figure 8 racing, and then we got a demo derby. And now this is not a normal demo where we're going to have heats. Every car's on the racetrack caged in till one car's left, right?
That's correct.
We used to, when I was growing up, we used to have bicycle races like that. We'd race, you know, around the neighborhood or the parking lot till there was only one bike left, but we didn't go for $1,500. Can the figure 8 drivers, the professionals here behind us, race too?
Yeah, I don't think they want to put these cars in there. They might get beat up a little bit, but if they want to get a car and get it ready for them, we'll be waiting for them.
Hey, if anybody's seriously thinking about getting a car together for this, I noticed on the entry it was limited like to the first 120 cars or 125 cars. You mean we're going to put 125 cars out here at one time if that's how many's here?
Yes, we are. If we got 150, they'll be out here until the last car's running.
I tell you what, sounds like fun to me. I don't know about you guys, but these demo derbies always kind of really get me going, get me pumped up, and, you know, you get to see a lot of banging and crashing. And you say you've never promoted one of these cage matches on the asphalt, right?
That is correct. If they get as wild as they do on the dirt, we will see cars upside down. We've had a couple of them roll over on the dirt track, so it's going to be one wild event up here.
Well, you know, we have some pretty good demos the last few years here. At our regular demo derby we have each year, and seen a few sparks flying on. We'd like to get some of them boys off the dirt up here on the asphalt. You know, they say dirt's for planting potatoes and asphalt's for racing, but any racetrack's good for crashing at, I guess. So, you got any guys that's been to all the demos that's ran every one of them with you?
We've had one guy from Charleston, Indiana, by the name of Ronnie Steepro. He's won probably 3 or 4 out of the ones that he's been to, and he's probably been to about 10 of them so far this year. He's a really tough competitor.
He's probably a marked man then, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He goes down and people are picking for him.
Hey, tell me this. You ever seen one of these 3-hour figure 8 races going on here tonight?
No, this is my first.
You're going to hang around for it, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
I tell you what, you guys up in the stands know he's in for a thrill of his own tonight, isn't he?
And that will take care of our interview with Larry Harris. Larry, we got a scorers meeting, and they told you it. Larry, here's your fan club right up here. Let's give Larry Harris a hand.